You have to find that energy within you to try and conserve yourself from being fatigued from yesterday's game. That if you even had a good night, a good sleep yesterday, some players tend to stay outside for long. So we are definitely going to enjoy a good Scrabble today. I think we are going to have Ben Quickpen and Larry from Rivers this morning.
Yeah, we are all familiar with Ben. Ben played about 3 games on stream yesterday. I think the second game we witnessed some fatigue play. And the information reaching us was he entered the hall late. So I think he played the game with few minutes left. I think that must have warranted some of the suboptimal plays we experienced.
I would have expected him to do more than that because he's a fast player,
Yeah.
and he should be able to know when to play when the moves are obvious. Except you need to find some time to think about your moves.
The players are set and they are ready to go. Ben Quickman will go first.
Oh, blimey. Seems like we are going to have a 5 letter or 6 letter move from this track.
Okay, he had a couple of options. Blimey 6 letter for 34 points, or Blimey the 5 letter. What do you think? Do you think he would try and be conservative? Let me keep a bingo prone rack, or okay, let me just go for this high point. I mean, it does around 10.
Big Ben is actually a kind of player that mostly goes for his high score. I've played with him a couple of times, and I see him using the obvious big side on the B, M, Y at the same time. So won't be surprised to see Blimey here.
Okay, it's looking like he's going to score and keeping promising him. I mean, NE is not bad. Okay? I mean, he play big league. A big league, a sort of change that. But that's the point. That's not bad to start. Oh, we have the two blanks here. I think it's a good day for Larry. It looks it's going to be promising. Yeah, I think we only saw Larry once on stream yesterday.
Larry is another player that plays very fantastic, and I won't be surprised he was not going to waste his time and go for his highest move here. I think he's having a bingo of baronies with 2 blanks.
Yeah, looks like Barrows. Okay, maybe he has a times 4. He's not even sort of considering the J in this scenario. We believe the blanks are N and S, right?
R and S.
R and S.
Funny enough, on this board, there's no way he decides to play bingo that Quick Pet is not going to reply him. He actually played C going or something to the triple. So I think we're having a bingo. It's going to be a bingo ring today. Having another bingo from Quick Pen.
Oh, that is the only famous in that board. Like, if we are examining our 44 points, that's a lot. And we see that come down really fast. Really, really fast. I mean, this is the thing I say about take your points, but keep a promising leave. I mean, you don't want to keep EY on your leave, like stuff like that, because they don't combine that much. From high scoring point, like to us. Now we playing parallel to X in top of the X.
Every player is definitely going to think to that particular spot of the board. That's where the business is on this board. So you obviously need to score like 40 to counter your opponent's bingo, because the lead is not even much. I think he's trying to be defensive here.
Or it's keeping keeping a reasonable lead. I mean, both players are really concerned about their rating earlier in this game.
Yeah.
I think we are experiencing new strategy here. way for 42 points.
The beauty about this move it keeps the F, and since the one of the blanks is named as S for Baroness, you have a chance. If you pick better type, you have a chance to reply with a bingo, whatever the opponent plays, and the G is also floating. So you might be lucky. Who knows? Let's see what he gets from the bank.
Book is a whole lot. I mean, 54 points. That will exchange of firecrackers so far.
That's a lovely play from Mr. Pen. That point is it's almost like a bingo score.
I mean,
Keeping a J
4 points.
PRS. Misra.
Is there a word like re-examiner? Sorry, I need to check this.
Is there coming to you that says that? I don't think it has a front hook. Except,
Okay, guys, there's nothing like a re-examiner. I think we really have a re-examiner. Okay, you can only re-examine someone. You can't be a re-examiner. Okay, we see rain. Calm down for 19 points. Well, at this point, now we have a player with 2 years. And what were you doing, Master Mali?
it's still early, the early part of the game, and he has the 2 years between. The queue is yet to be seen. If it's me, I'm definitely going to go for something like Quran or Fig, FEAGUE, to open the board a little bit because I'm trailing. It's trailing by lots of points. But I think the foreign does some kind of job on the board because it restrains the S now to one side. If opponent doesn't have a bingo to the S with the triple, there's no way you're going to bingo on this board except it's another place. So
okay, we see Gerard came down for 35 points. Now, did you think Big Ben is running into trouble here?
Quick Pen. Big Pen is the
mean,
kind of player that before he makes his move, he must have seen several options. He doesn't just play fast. Based on what he kept in Radcliffe, I'm 100% sure he's trying to create a scoring option for his next move. He has the G, he has the V, he has the R with him in the previous turn. So he's definitely creating more scoring chance for him. The opponent doesn't have anything to do there. I think we are going to see like another 30 points from him in the next one.
let's look at the options Larry have on this phone. I mean, it still has pretty couple of things to work with. Like playing more through the book, making Boko or more. At this point, it's not about survivor now. We want to get a bonus at this kind of situation. I mean, in your next turn, at least if you can get one at this turn. These guys are really fast. They add 7 moves on the board.
In this
less than 10.
Yeah, obviously.
7 moves on the board.
I'm sure that Mr. Larry will try to keep the board open, because it's the only one bingo spot on this board for the S hook to the way for a straight 7 bingo. So I think he will try to give himself a chance. And
I think it's really amazing how top players quickly knows when they are getting into a trap, on the board.
Maybe when you need to when you're being pushed to the wall, you definitely have to find a way. If it comes, fine. If it doesn't, you just have to keep on trying. So I guess at this level, that's what we always look at.
And they usually like sense if their opponent's trying to pin them down. Just a thing in wrestling, if you are being pinned down, you cannot even move. Like, okay, very now. Very opens the board.
Like setting up for his hook and also the A hook as well. That's why he made the move.
Ben is yet to commit the big for 26 points. Okay, committed already.
I think we had a little
Technical glitch. No, I think we should shout out to Mr. Nelson behind the scene. I mean, he has been doing fantastic,
Yeah.
handling the stream, the video quality, the one behind why this commentary is being brought to life. So, shout out to Mr. Nelson.
Yeah,
Thank you for how you do.
Okay, sir. Yeah, Mr. Wasil, obviously, if you look at this player's rack now, you see this one is having exactly the opposite of what this one has. This is exactly what life gives. This one has like 4 or 5 different balls. And the quick pen,
Sometimes in my mind at this point, I'll be like, I guy, can we just sit down?
I mean, if that's allowed in Scrabble,
I mean-
I will definitely trade. I'll definitely trade my P and my R.
I mean, sometimes in my head, I'll be like, can we just shoot some down? I mean, I have something they have.
Why don't you just
Obviously,
give it to me?
I know, honestly, but so sad you can't do that in Scrabble. And even at some point like this, some players are really happy that they are ordering some of the vowels or consonants to their song. Oh, this is called a lot. Oh my
For a
god.
defensive player, I think I would have gone for PHT because the
OM opening.
yes, PHT down to block it and to take care of the board.
But
I
I
think-
think
I think that's why he made this move. He went for his highest score.
hopefully it
Yeah.
was some vowels to complement
He's right.
to complement the rhapsody. Yeah. Okay, so we should see Saurians come down now through the S of barrening. But at this point, I think it would be thinking, well, Saurian takes an S, you don't want to score zero at this kind of point.
Yeah.
And you could just really play Saurian,
He has several options on this board. He has Anurias.
several options.
Yeah. He has Saurians. He has Anurias to dissuade. So I think at this point you just have to go for a high score. Even if you're not even sure. Yeah. Even if you're not 100% sure of the word.
Yeah. I guess right. I think the score hasn't been updated yet. We should have Ben on 267 points to Larry 183 points to move. I think it's obviously why he's taking his time. I play to the hands of Baroness. Hope I'm not getting a zero on this point. This one is bad. Or you could just take some certain level and play through the OOM. Just with your arrow.
If you're playing a player with like Big Ben, you need to be very cautious of your move because either players they are not just fast. They tend to know that this word doesn't go with this. Because at this point, they have all the advantage to me. So if it's not certain of the word that you're playing, it's definitely going to give you a 10. I think he's trying, that's what Mr. Larry is trying to rationalize here. He's not just trying to make any move. He's trying to see what's going to give him.
Wait, is it possible to put S at this way? Like, sway?
Yes, sway.
So probably we stay out. The board is pretty open and it's not dead.
And he's also opening it as well. I think he's contemplating of making a Saurian move to the
This is aggressive.
Yeah.
Like you're looking at your opponent in the face. What do you have to do? Now I'm playing like this. Okay, just withdraw the move and I mean you just look your opponent in the eyes. Yeah, what's my play? This is what you do. Oh, so it's going to this way to play Uranians. I mean, actually, you see any difference between this and I'm sorry and
I think I think he's a bit scared of what his opponent is going to give him the score. For the in front of the S, have like straight 7 bingo there, and there are a couple of big ties outside that have not been on the board. You have only X and J here, so I think he's trying to be a little bit defensive.
I don't think this is defensive because honestly, you just have all the flexible time closer to the triple lane. And the risk, if I'm rationalizing the risk between Uranians here and over there at Rome, I mean, it's just same. And possibly you could have one of the spots for yourself when you come in the next round. But it's possible your opponent can utilize all the juices at Uranian at the left side of the joint. Is it being held? He hasn't
think
reflected
yes,
his
I think the world is being challenged.
Oh, wow.
Let's see. Obviously, runners and sway are both good ones. So
Of course, this is plus 10. If we challenge you more than its goals, 6 plus 10 to your opponent. Okay, we see forwards come down really fast. How about you? How would you? We see odds come down really fast. Huh? For 36 points. But he didn't withdraw and they can put it back.
uh it's committed this move. Let's see.
Committed for 36.
Yeah.
But it keeps the tempo going and the pressure is now on Larry. Now, what he needs to do to get back to this game. There are no blanks on saying, just 2 S's. It's a couple of highs. I mean, do you think this high will be troublesome going towards the end game? They have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have about 5. Yeah, so
I think the game is going to come at a very, very good level because the distributions of the eyes have really been fantastic in this game. I don't think anyone has had to be two eyes in the same rack.
now they've been actually
They
drawing
should be,
well.
they should watch out for that because we have like 5 or 6 eyes locking outside. So
Even at some point, we felt maybe Ben was running into or walking himself into a problem. So this time we played big,
yeah,
beast
lack of
without Barrows.
yeah.
It's it has actually been fine. But just to know, Larry, he has some points to sort of build up. So I
Larry will
think the
definitely
plus
be.
10 of Larry hasn't been committed yet. Larry should be on 264.
Do you think maybe he was ahead at a point and maybe you just allow your opponent since he has seen several options for him to have played? Maybe I'm definitely thinking that was what happened.
Okay,
On the
we know from our technical crew if Uranians was challenged actually. Maybe it was just
I think at this level they won't just give a 10 for this word. Exactly.
honestly,
So
I don't expect words like this to be challenged. So I don't expect. It's Larry's turn, and what I can see for him here is huge for 30 points. Through weary. But he will keep ENT. ENT is not bad. And the S of barony was
very open.
do you think it has a prospect on this board?
Actually, though, we have a couple of bingo friendly guys looking outside. We have the 3 house outside. We have from Larry's perspective, we have like 3, 4 E's as well. So these are kind of ties that will give you a juicy score on the board. So I think obviously that Larry is definitely going to see his FEUD because it kind of opens the board a little bit. Except he's scared of the Z because the AD is going to open the Z hook for ADZ.
Oh yeah, you know, put might be like, oh, why will you play for you? You're telling me you have this deal.
Yeah, something for quick pen to just
to worry about.
Yeah, exactly.
They just give the opponent something to worry about and be like, okay, but if I'm betting, I'll be like, well, there's this Z there, there's this S down barony. I mean, how many things do I want to look after? I think you just mind your business at this point. Larry is really taking his time. And Larry might be thinking, oh God, if I play this field, I hope he doesn't have this zeal to,
Exactly.
A lot. But I think we have some, some conceptions, or how do I put some criteria, like at this stage, maybe some there's book or practice, like you just mind your business. I mean, if there are two hotspots you cannot control, you just leave them. Wait, it's keeping you for what? For who? The queue?
I obviously think he's keeping the U for the Q.
Oh, oh.
Just hope he doesn't pick the last U as well on this draft because that's going to be a disaster.
Okay. The only reason he would play Fane here is he is planning for the unseen queue. At this point, I mean, like over 34,000, but do you think it's still necessary?
Uh, I think I won't worry myself that much because we have U that is quite open on this board, U of the Oranians, and we have another one in the back. That's if it's not with the opponent. So I think I'll just go for FEUD, balance my hand, and just pray I get the bingo ties and be able to reply. Even if I pick the U, the Q, I'll be able to score with the U.
I think decisions like this, I mean, they tend to help you sort of lose the game earlier on than you could do. I mean, there are 34 unseen tiles to you, and you've started planning for one of them. I mean, what are the chances you would draw that one?
Most people tend to think that whenever you drop the U, most times the Q comes immediately after you drop the U. I've seen no players complaining about that.
I think they've attributed a lot of
Yeah,
to
yeah. So I think it's actually what happened to Mr. Larry today. He told himself, "No, I'm going to keep this U. Let me not drop the U, and I'll pick the Q, and I'll start asking myself some questions." So,
all right, guys, we on stream feels it is too early to start making that kind of plan. I mean, this game is still young. I mean, well, let's say middle aged.
yeah,
Because they played 66,000 already. All is with them. Now, you have an S. You have an S angling on the ball. I mean, for me personally, I'm concerned. Although I may be unfazed and still be playing my optimal move. But back in my mind, I would be like, well, there's a dangling lifeline here for my opponent. And, you can sort of decide the game here. And if we have surveillance to the S, well, I think that would be of Ben's benefits.
yeah,
It's a bit of Ben's benefits. Okay, thank you for taking out this point. At least I now have to just take care of the home and plug the right top of the board, and the game is really much alive.
Sure.
And what could Ben be thinking for? Yeah, we said it earlier. He's worried about this.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely worried about this.
I mean, you're playing in the masters category. You don't just make moves like this. I mean, you have to deal with you. What do you think Ben should do here?
I think Ben is trying to see if he has a 5 letter overlap across the FEND to see if he can just try and make 5 letter, valid 5 letter there to stop the ATZ. I think that should worry him in this game. That should be his worry, not necessarily the Q or a bingo at this point. Right?
He's still yet to make any move.
I mean, Quickpen is a fast player. So what do you think? What do you think he's trying to use this time?
Yeah, Ben is human being also, and we all have made blood running through it. So, you don't just make moves like fame, and you just want me to look that. Certainly, I would be concerned, and I don't think there's much you can do to that aspect. Or do you think it could sort of go through that side? Or maybe you just move on, you're trying to balance your hand. Maybe you play out the V or the O or the high. There's a couple of highs. So you want to get rid of the high this time and hope you come down and bonus through the S of barrels.
This decision is very, very difficult, because he
This
doesn't
is
have
more than survival. I mean, it's actually survival skill. You should know how to navigate. This is, I mean, it's live decision now.
I won't be surprised getting to see back from Ukraine to block the straight seven because he doesn't have any business to do.
Okay, this is technical village. Let's wait till our stream comes back. Yeah,
Right.
our stream is back.
Exactly what I had in mind for him to play. You know, he's
Is this ABOS or
AROS.
AROS?
The new word.
So yeah, it's the new word that came in the 2024 initiation kits. Yeah, you see, he's really concerned about his way. You know,
Yeah.
okay, he's actually saying, okay, I would play arrows here for 30. So I know you have this Z. So possibly you cannot bonus through the Z, you know, down here. This is funny. Hi, we have the first funny of the day. Why we have to be committed. This is just one thing.
Yeah, I think he's trying. He's missing it up.
But when you expose your child like this, you know, you allow your opponents. It's been challenged. So I mean, you said to me here early in the morning, you playing. Let's soon. I mean, this will be challenged so easily.
Big Ben is posting home with this
This is a
this
very easy
this
challenge.
pony because he's taking it off the board.
I sort of said it earlier. It's too early to make that kind of planning. I mean, you're planning for one tower out of 34 and saying to you, probably you are disturbing some rhythm, you know.
Yeah,
You are
exactly.
disturbing some rhythm, your gameplay. Now your opponent now knows what you have and you capitalize on it. You see Civic from
That's
down
one of his best moves on this board.
strategically. Civic from 22 points. Now the board is being decided. But the S is still there. For Ben, I'm less concerned. My opponent has a very poor I think Larry is still in this game somehow. Maybe he could still salvage some
I think Larry
points and make some planning.
kind of open the board a little bit, something like little LITU, 15 points. I think 15 is actually a bit okay.
Even with little as it sounds, there is only little for him to gain from it. Okay, I think the best thing to do is to play CIT here at the left side of the board and the middle left side of the board and keep some life to the game. Now, do you think Ben still be concerned about the S on the board?
Uh,
This is really promising.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just one or two turns. He should have a bonus of him on again.
I don't think he should be worried about bingo at this point. I think he just needs to do some job on this board, you know, try to score because he's living with 52 points. So I obviously don't know. Probably he might be able to cite his Boko, BOKO, and MOHR. That should be his best in there. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of nerves control. Like, I mean, this game is all about controlling nerves and not be tempted by playing suboptimally because you are really being conservative. You don't win games that way. They in turn come back to haunt you while your opponent is playing courageously.
I yet to see a move from Mr. Quickpen. I think he's really taking his time to make a decision. Do you really think he's not looking at this as this Baron is as sports? Because he should be worried about that, right?
At this point, it should be worried because a lot of points through the triple, in relation to hooking S with art or coming down through the left side of the board. But down there, triple, you are like thinking of something like it's something plus ish.
Oh, I think we're having the defensive play from there. He opted for RHOS
I think this is just
for 6 points.
this is just oversight on his point. Same towel for more point. Same towel for more point. This is still win, so I'm right. Okay. Larry has a 7 letter which does not play on this board. I mean, it's played in like about 2 minutes ago. The X was just there. The X was just there.
Waiting to be played.
Waiting to be played. And I mean, it's sort of disappointed that I guy
Of all places, why will you go here? Something like that.
Like, guy, we've left this X on this board for over 8 months now, and why is it just this time that I needed the most? I needed it the most. Hey, but MOHR, well,
That's a fantastic move, and it was don't actually forget that we are yet to see the C and the Q this board. So
yeah, do you think Ben would be like, oh, so you're just bluffing with Spain? You didn't actually have
have
to
the
play.
yeah, something like that.
Why?
Because
So you're just bluffing?
because immediately after that move, his opponent shall play the phone in.
Yeah,
with
play the
T2.
man.
So I think Ben is getting lucky with this game.
I mean, it's playing really fantastically well. He's
Yeah.
held his nerves and stick to the strategy.
Ben has a bingo waiting for his opponent to commit his move.
What do you think Larry should do here? I can see some 14 points for him, like playing ULE on top of average or.
I
Keeping,
obviously
keeping
think
some promising.
I obviously think Larry should try and open the board a bit because this board is only open one side. Why don't you try and play eloquence to the E of the foreign? Score 21 points. That does a lot of job. C is floating directly to the triple. And who knows, you might get lucky to have a good draw in the next turn and play a bingo. I think I would definitely go for eloquence.
With all said and done, it's really still in this game. He's behind less than 50 points and it's to move now. Just create one opening for yourself here. I mean, create another opening and don't be trapped. You don't want to be trapped.
Exactly.
Honestly, you don't want to be trapped. While we await Larry's move, I think it's time here. Maybe he would be thinking of should I stay in this board or trying to play another move that would work for him. And I think he's just doing that now. Wait, it feels them guys.
I think he's
At
still
the
a bit
lower
worried.
right.
Yeah, I think he's still a little bit worried about the queue. Keeping
Yeah,
his U.
I mean,
He should be a
really
good fan of the letter Q.
picking Q.
Yeah.
I really was rational behind and that. So.
Do you think Ben Cookpen is definitely going to see his bingo on his board?
Yeah, it should. I mean, I saw Ezekiel sort of missed upswing yesterday, and I believe we should get up dries. And if we get up dries, miss the game today. So I mean, I would just want to say maybe on stream they don't want to play any up. Maybe they just want to have very up bingo. And we see the dynamics has changed a lot now. Yesterday we had players starting second, by our rights, drawing fine and winning the game.
Fantastic, yeah.
Fantastic so, yeah, bench should play uprise. So I can get out of the notion I'm about to say.
Oh, yes, here is a miss from him.
You think this is suboptimal play?
Ah.
Or just a bit of misconcentration?
I think
this is how
I think he was able to spot the two anagram, which is the potassium and the syrup, for dries was
maybe just
hiding. This might hurt him in this game because
you need to spread matter.
Yeah.
This game is still
very, very open.
LUZ
there is devastating. That's a lot of score, and speaking is not fantastic.
I mean, at that point, I would first be looking at words ending with S.
Sure,
the word ending with S or the word ending with E. Stuff like that, and hopefully something just strikes you. Kim Silverstein.
Larry has been holding on to this queue. I just hope he gets blessed with the queue that is.
He is a committed customer.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the kind of customer you need for your business. Which I would say, no matter the situation, stay loyal to your brand.
I've kept you for like 4 or 5 consecutive times.
I like keeping you from friends 1, 2, 3, 4, like for like 5 times now. He has and he got it. Got the king. Okay, so we see Lizen come down from Lizen for 47. Okay, information reaching us now that Uranius wasn't challenged, so maybe they actually paused for some time to confirm score. So the scores are actually correct: 388 to 377.
Oh, wow. Should have played the losing or LBC for the fact that he's picking all the tiles in the bag after the losing, or should he have played losing and keep one tile in the bag?
I'm not a fan of this losing actually because I'm not one kind of player that draws out unless I am actually hustling for some tiles.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the one empty in the bag. And LUZ is fine. I mean, you just sort of sacrifice some point. I mean, some additional point. What's the difference? 6 points.
Yeah.
Sacrifice 6 points to stay. But then, if someone use the issue that time, do you think maybe would have avoided picking the kill? Because if the kid gets to Ben's route, he has a lot of prospects. I think at the route Ben has, just imagine you have the queue with this route. It's a lot of use.
Yeah, I get it.
A lot of use. Okay, let's look at the option for Ben here. I'm not sure Ben knows he just missed the Ben just. I'm not sure he knows.
I think Ben should be worried about where the queue is going to drop, but he's leading with 11 points, and
he has the
opponent's best move is 11 for the queue. So I actually think he should plan a 2-move finish. just wrap the game up and go for the next round.
Yeah, we'll see some textbook finish in game, and just too much finish, and we win also. Okay, what we suggesting it plays first. ZAS first. I'm trying to simulate the sequences. Yeah.
I think if he goes for Zaf space, he can finish the game with Raid, Ureide, because the opponent definitely don't have a move to play there.
Maybe that caused a lot of points.
Yeah, that's like 14 points.
Well, this guy played so hard. I mean, Zars, and maybe Larry blocks the outplay of Urate with GIOT.
Then the queue is definitely going to be tough.
The thing with this stuff, I'm trying to simulate going on. Okay, let's say assume Larry plays GIOT, then you play UT. You play UT when you're here to block the queue. You play UT here.
I think we are definitely going to see ZAIROE from Big Ben. He's yet to commit his move. Oh, he just committed the move. ZAIROE for 28 points. I mean, the queue can definitely drop on the board, so you don't be worried about where to go. It's been a fantastic gameplay from both players. Just a couple of errors that
He's true on his rug. He's suing his opponent. Well, did oh my god, Hillary played Queen. Larry played Queen for how many points? Okay, Queen for 14 points, and this is saved from the. I think this is perfect from Brains, and he has played really fantastic and clinical in this point. Challenged his opponents in on words, and he himself has played really well. Apart from updrive, I mean, I think at that point in game, maybe he was just actually concerned about taking care of business, and he's actually not looking towards, inflicting more injuries on his opponents. Yeah, I can see the players are talking. They might be going through the game, like talking about defend more on the rules. I can see smile on Ben phone. Yeah, if you have Ben right now, you would really be smiling because he had to just go back from. I mean, he just won a game, start the day, and he should be leading the pack right now. He should be leading the pack here with 8 games. Let me check the standings. Yeah, the game has ended, and we can see the gentleman trying to lock the board. I see the board being locked, and the board being prepared for the next player. it's not really easy. Like you are just at the end of some bullet and sort of calm yourself down, prepare the board for your next opponent. I think it's real good. Now we just finished the round 10 for the Masters category at the 22nd National Festival holding at Ogun State, Nigeria, where we have the national current African National Championship playing Duko Temileyin. I think he's really not being allowed to like have his way in the one. People are really focused on business here, and we hope to see him on screen today. And for that, he has to find his way up and find his way up to the top table. Actually, we would begin around 11 shortly, while the players will arrange. Oh, I wish they haven't burned again. Okay. Ben and uh Ben and who is this other player? We have Ben Quickpen again from Bios. I think at this point we should make Ben the face of our stream for this festival. He has been the most frequent. Now he is playing Apata Bamidele from Ekiti State. Um, he's playing Apata Bamidele from Ekiti State, and this is the first time we would be having Apata on stream. Welcome back. The players that and Michelle begin, then people to go first here also. The first player is Ben Quickpen, and the second is Aflata Bamidele. Okay, we have the names changed already. The score would also be adjusted very soon. Is that know how? Yeah, we say know how on the board.
This apart about me is good player. I've played him. Like, I think I've met him once. Very solid
I think
player.
he's really experienced also.
Yeah. He's one of those players that you won't see them in tournaments, but they're always there.
They
when
don't
they
come
want-
to
Yeah,
tournament
exactly.
often. Yeah, I
So
understand.
we're going to have a fantastic gameplay from both players today.
Okay, he has an interesting six-letter here for 39 points. I think this word is common, being common in the Scrabble segment. Wasabi, Wasabi, listen know how. I mean, go and list like 4,000 for some kind of point. I mean, I've seen top players, they really love moves like this.
Actually, it's a good move, but for your opponents to play know how for 30 points to start, you obviously need to know that you're in trouble. You need to score.
Yeah,
And
you need to
balance
score,
that as well.
honestly, because
I think he'll be deliberating on playing either YWAI or WAM WAB.
would you play Wasabi to start here?
That's a tough question.
Personal,
Yeah, it's tough. This is tough for me to make. How would I just play 5 times? I really don't know. I really don't know.
I mean, to me, it's personal. So I'm not letting go of that is for whatever reason on that point. I could play Y, but be high. I don't know if that is weak or I don't know. But then I'm keeping the B and not so high. Yeah, yeah, so be high. Yeah, that's my concern. Right, you with the two highs and be looking towards the future again.
I would have been perfect. WAI would have been perfect.
Let's see the options for Ben. What do Ben have here? Ben has the 39 points as well. I think he will find this. Or fine. Listen perfectly 5/5.
Ben is the kind of player that he likes to hold on to his chances. I think you will be seeing BOP from him.
I think we're having a fine here. Or fine. We are having a fine. Fine or fine. But if he does fine, sort of means maybe he doesn't want to keep an easy lane bingo, keeping hand hold them. But it's not pain. For me, please tell me. He's being defensive here.
If he actually wants to be defensive, he would have just gone for BOP across BAH, OWO. I think that would have been fine. That would have been
I
fine.
mean, what's the rationale behind pain?
I think he's trying to keep
just
the board.
purely depends.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the
Pure.
board in a way that it only heads that you can hook to score or to play bingo, and he doesn't have it. So
Is this house down? I don't know if stars
oh, we are
That
seeing
is
the new
great.
word. We are seeing the new word from Bamidele. It seems someone has been working on that new words. I've seen waifu. The word has just been added to the dictionary.
New addition that came with the 2024 update.
That's a lot of scores.
And I think the suboptimal play of pain brought about is the play of Wi-Fi.
Sure.
Because actually, I feel Apata should really struggle with the space suboptimal play. I don't know if Scrabble takes where I think. Now, really fast play. Hey, keeping G-O here. I mean, playing G-O from 29 point. That's the highest point on that one.
He's obviously trying to narrow his opponent's scoring points in the board. He's still trying to keep the board closed a little bit. You only have to open the board with your S. So he's fine. He's fine with his lead. He's leading with 31 points. So I think that's what he's trying to do.
So I'm not in the players that actually, but if it's what we are thinking that is happening, player that tends to think this kind of way earlier in the game tends to lose the game. At some point, the game just blow out of their control. Now we see ZINS come down for 42 points. How do we control this?
Uh this is a lovely move, but I really think it's actually not a good move because it gives birth to some scores under the Z.
What is this?
Up code or what?
Code. Wow, this is not a word.
He's looking. This is well, obviously at this level. I think he won't try to. I think he won't try to play something that he's not.
Wow, he's trying. He's not even being held. Our code is not a word. This is a funny.
Mixing it up with the OPCODE.
And I'm amazed we are having of code on stream, not being challenged.
That's exactly what gave birth to this move. If Mr. Apata played with ZINS on top of WOP, that would have been a bit defensive because he had the other S to hook it later on. But the Z won't fetch his opponent more scores. That would have I would have preferred ZINS.
Patrick at this point. I mean, it's just bright early in the day, and the weather is very friendly.
It's the top level Scrabble, so you obviously need to be be a bit scared and be a bit anxious. I guess that's what's showing on Pickpen's game today. This second game today that he played. And this
I mean, I would have all been happy if he does uprise at the previous round.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
the up word we are seeing here is now a non-word.
You said it that you even be seeing upwards on the board. So
Honestly,
I guess he just wanted to play this for you. And he just did.
what are the options for that here?
Ah,
I mean, Coffee suggesting you keep VPS. When you play first, but better 2 points.
players are playing very, very fast.
Vets for 25 points. That's JB already. Gap for 30 points.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gab played for 30 points. I mean, that's something, a lot of score.
Ah,
Um, I think at Master, I mean, this is the first time I was the same in the Master tournament. But I came into the Scrabble thing, I mean, just roughly 5 years. And this is the first, although I don't come out and play tournament like that.
you're also trying to be reading inside. That's what you are playing like him as well. He doesn't come out that frequent, but he's a good player.
So now, because, I mean, a lot of Master players only work good for you. And no matter what,
You can see that they are playing top level Scrabble. He's been making excellent moves.
honestly,
So,
he's playing perfectly.
so
Perfectly.
I'm surprised. We're going to definitely enjoy this game today.
Ben is the kind of player that if you are able to take away from his reading, then maybe you would have a chance.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Maybe you would have a chance.
For you to do that is really not easy.
Yeah,
because
it's not just that easy.
he always try to make you play to his own rhythm.
Yeah,
He
so
doesn't
it's
get
not
it.
reading. Because it's even starting the game. That even makes it worse for any opponent sitting in front of him. Now, I don't think Apata will really be concerned. I mean, I should be getting a bonus with this plan. Do I need to wait 2, 3 turns again before after?
I think you have to be a little bit patient. You know, you have to just keep on believing that the bingo is definitely going to come.
I think it's really calm, man. It's just new fine. He's been executing his plan. If he has any plan to play into his game,
Yeah.
he's been working fine. Now he just needs to know he can for one more time and he would get his wins. Do you think he should leave the V and the Y in his track? Maybe one of them.
Obviously his move to balance his hand is to play IVY, but I don't think he would love to play that kind of move.
Through a E of equal line, right?
Yeah, yeah, but I think he's going for the move, and that might haunt him in this board because Quick Pen is
Apart
is a
from
fantastic
Y,
player.
apart from the YE, he's not giving anything that much, right?
That is street 7 at the top.
He's
Yeah, yeah.
giving
Quick Pen had a bingo, so if he's able to, yeah, he spotted the bingo. Let's see if he's definitely going to play his bingo. For this level, Quick Pen shouldn't doubt his skills because you have to play it.
a blessing.
Oh, that's he didn't.
This is a blessing.
Oh.
Quick Pen has been dashing away all of this. This is 104 point and 101 point. This is huge. This is an order suboptimal
6
field.
points.
I mean, you have 104 points. I mean, I'm not sure it's sort of rough the downs. Like, there could be something here. And I think this is what differentiates grandmasters from masters. I mean, you need some form of.
I wouldn't doubt. He's just a fantastic player himself. He just happens to. He actually arranged the world yourselves, but probably he wasn't able to remember if it just takes an X hook or just S hook. So it happens sometimes. Whenever you find yourself in that scenario, you just try to take some time and write it down. If you read with alphagrams, you should understand what I'm trying to say. Oh, are we seeing a bingo and a no house from Ben People?
Okay, I think Akpata played Pierre.
Yeah.
Play for balance.
I think we're definitely going to see a challenge from him.
That release.
I mean, know how shouldn't know how. There's know how to take an end. So
Hey, let me
he should give him the 10.
Is he challenging this word? This word is
Oh
not
my
being
God.
challenged. This is really a disaster.
Oh my
This
God.
is disaster from this boy.
This is a free gift. Oh, Mr.
I mean, from popcorn. I mean, you got away with popcorn, and you're getting away with no house again. You think opportunity like this comes up when you start with?
It doesn't actually come all the time. It comes when you have the flow.
I mean, I haven't had this luxury. I mean, sometimes I make mistake on the board. My opponent gets to see them instantly, and I get punished. I mean,
trust me, at this level, when things happen like this, just believe that it's your day. So I think this is going to be quick day. Sorry to say this. This is definitely going to be quick day. Yeah, I mean, the previous game, it wasn't his game as well. It was just
yeah,
and this as well. So when things happen
his
like that,
opponent has not been efficient against him. Larry made a couple of errors, and now Apata has been so gentle. I mean, it's not even
so generous to give
so
him something.
gentle and just being so gentle, like wow. Now Apata has a couple of bonus.
I think he's actually respecting his opponents. He's respecting Quick Pen, you know.
Why you expect? He's a master player.
Yeah, he is. He was finishing World Scrabble Championship top 10, if I'm not mistaken. He's a good player over the years. So I think Apata will be like, I'm getting the privilege to play someone like this.
Honestly, like I'm playing Grandmaster.
Yeah.
I'm not challenging anybody to play.
Obviously, that's what's happening today. Let's see if Apata has a couple of choices.
Yeah, he has where this is simple practice sport. I mean, you have to overlap 5,000 from the release. But I think maybe it's not that hard. The players in generation now overlap 7 over 7. You know, some lot of deep thinking, some deep vision from the board. And here you need to spot the word first and tell your mind and look through the release.
Yeah.
You actually, when you like sort of see this kind of bonus, you won't even look through release. Like, I not just fix it. It may just fix them. And other option is maybe require through the R of release.
I think he would like to keep the board open. If he's able to spot his bingo, he should try and play straight seven to just keep the board open. You know what I'm saying? Like either the Aquaria or
event.
Yeah.
It would hook it through the event. I think the concern here is him spotting a word. I mean, just any word. And it's just only one down that works with Dara. Only Q out of the 26 alphabets. I mean, how often do you make a blank Q in Scrabble?
Especially when you have the U, you have to think about the Q. Yeah, so that's exactly what you should be thinking about now.
At this point, as a top player, everything aligns REU. I mean, that you just have to put Q in that mix. You have EU, RI. Q has to be in that mix, regardless.
Seeking is trying to think about his move.
You just have to put Q in that mix and sit quick pen, sort of calm, like, okay, I'm expecting you to do something. You just do something here. And I mean, at some point, Scrabble is not like really easy. If I'm able to even spot one bingo, I normally thank God.
You get lazy to spot one. That's exactly what Quick Pen is definitely going to. I think Quick Pen will be like, this guy's not blocking my bingo. He blocked one though, but I have to look within my rack.
Honestly, I'll be like, good. Thank God I even saw this one. Thank God I even saw this one. Okay, we see Requirer come down for 59 points.
I think you are having a challenge. Yeah.
What's the blank? Okay, the blank is a queen. Okay, this is a blessing. I call challenges like this a blessing. I mean, thank you. I still thank you in my mind to my opponent.
Though it's funny how your opponent, the person that's been playing you some moves,
Is,
yeah,
I
you're
mean,
not giving the time, but this
when it comes to
this
your turn,
only
it's not
time that you're playing a
challenging. I mean,
bingo,
can't you just
you're
take
getting it.
this energy
That
of
should
your
be a
turn?
lesson to Mr. Bamidele. After the game, maybe you just sit down and think about some moves. They definitely, Quick Pen is definitely going to spot the bingo. The die-hard fan of whatever club is. So,
I mean, it could have been making mistakes, but then when it comes to
ah,
the I mean, people is just, I mean, he's playing this game with less energy. I mean, maybe when you say Djokovic is playing some, lower ranked tennis players, and it's just like you just sort of play with low energy, you need to conserve energy for big guys, So you might not see your
I
fancy.
agree with you. I actually agree with you.
You may not see
Because
those
on a good day,
fancy,
you should see dihedra or dihard easily.
easily. So what I believe here is he is doing playing this game with a minimum energy. Maybe he's keeping energy for Doko
The likes of
Tadele, the
Timile,
likes of
Doku,
Baka, So something it's in the mix.
yeah.
So we see that come down for 37 points. Let's see the options Apata have on this turn.
Scrabble is really a funny game because I actually believe we are going to see a good play from Mr. Apata because the one time I played him, I really enjoyed the game. Played in Akure, and he's a fantastic player. He gave me a tough time. So I was thinking he's going to repeat that today.
I
Obviously,
in it doesn't mean it's not obvious. Joel, through the JV. Like, can you see that? I mean, you could keep your ears for some promising turns. Like, you don't really have to burn that. I mean, I need to use burn in this scenario because the J could have scored more extra points without you making use of the S. JV, making JOL.
also that's the suboptimal play from Mr. Apata. Big Ben is trying to keep the board wide open. He has the IN and blank. I think that's why. Yes, I think he's trying to give himself more chance to be able to bingo in his next turn.
Okay, we see
MM.
Okay, M really come down. Maybe to sort of block the open line. We still have G out. Okay, 1 G. Right? Ben is really stressing this match.
Yeah, he has the last blank and
Honestly,
are finished. So
honestly, okay, you sort of blocked one of my openings. Can you block this? I mean, your opponent has won. I mean, this game is close. Can you see? 3-7-6, 3-3-1. This game isn't just won yet, and Akpata is still really in this game. See Gentry come down the. You see Gentry come down quickly for 24 points, and he's only end by 21 points. Okay, I hope we are seeing a bonus on the storage. Okay, the blank is awesome. 82 points.
This is another fast game from both players.
Yeah, very fun. Now saying that time that Ben is playing with minimal energy. I mean, he barely used 6 minutes out of the 25 minutes he has for this game. Or do you think he's really playing fast to catch his breakfast?
I'm sure he must have had something. Someone have
Really
stayed
finished
it.
this game by
He doesn't delay his breakfast. He eats at the right time.
and his opponent is making the game easy for him.
Yeah, when games like this happen to come, you just take it away and play
I
and
mean,
move and just
you enjoy. I mean, it's not every time you enjoy luxury or having to sit back and make it involved. Most of the time, you need to be on your toes, but you're sitting on your spine.
it's quite annoying to have a bingo on your last draw and it's a non-goal. You used to
No,
say yourself
not
that
working.
what kind of game is this?
I mean, it's not working.
I'm finally having a bingo and it's not entering any of the board.
It's not working. It's not working. Now it's just all about finishing the game now. Let's wrap it up from here.
If you are really watching this game, you just have to know that there are some words that you shouldn't play whenever you are playing. We have upcode, no house, and the pinae. It happens to be played by the same player.
Yes.
So
And I think
it made a lot of difference in this game.
we need to pardon them because if this word has actually been challenged or maybe a quarter had a chance in this game. Maybe a quarter now really had a chance in this game, packing your
We are seeing treats from Mr. Butter. This point, you just want to finish the game. Let the game just wrap up.
and trades for 25 points. What did Ben play? KO. Wow, it's just scoring in this game. KO for 34 points. I mean, should I say this game is fantastic? No, 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 no. I really can't say the players are fatigued. Looking back at the game, they started really well. Just middle of the game. This looks like an easy win for Ben. I mean,
It is. I think when games like this come, you have to just
even have to stress himself.
opening. It's like it's this day it's for me because this game was definitely given to Ben. That's sorry for using that word. What I mean by that is he has the chance. Mr. Potter has the chance to like take away the output from the board. When your opponent just play a word, you don't see we've not seen it from anywhere. You just give yourself that chance. Upcode, downcode.
I mean,
I think it's a bit mixed up for him. The OP, CODE, and this. It happens sometimes.
that's
a great
I
game
hope
to
both
watch.
players look back there and
Learn
see
from their mistakes.
how poorly this game has went.
Definitely, only one person enjoyed the game, and it was Quick Pen. So we're watching out to see the game we have to comment on.
Yeah, we're having a bright weather now. It's not that hot now. Of course, we are playing indoor.
Yeah.
We sort of have this big glass screen, and we can actually see the sports complex. Oh, we should actually talk about the venue. We are playing at Remo Star Stadium.
It's a beautiful space. The serenity, the environment, everything is just a perfect place to play Scrabble. So,
And for your information, Remo Stars won the Nigeria Premier Football League.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
season.
yeah.
They won the league. And it's such a
kudos to the entire team.
Yeah, kudos to the entire team and and Mr. Soname, the founder. It's really amazing.
Okay.
From our commentator room here, we can actually see the football pitch. And we can watch basketball as well.
That's a lovely thing to
Really lovely.
I'm beginning to find a passion. commentary because you get to judge people.
Honestly, and sometimes you laugh.
Yeah, yeah,
And
it's fun.
sometimes you have sympathy because it's not easy.
Yeah,
You'll be like, oh, I feel what you're going through. And some players just get sort of outrun. If Scrabble had been boxing, some players might not make it to round 4 or 5.
exactly.
Because from round one, it's just someone like beating you round one with over 100, and your second opponent beats you again with about 150. At those points, you start to think about the prospects, like the future in this tournament. Like, should I go back home, or
Just continue.
should I continue?
But the experience actually matters because you don't get to have this experience from anywhere other than the tournament. You're playing different hands, different ideas. Scrabble is actually the best thing to do for me.
Yes, because it teaches a lot about life. I mean, Sarah taught me to be really a real patient person. Because if you are not patient, you make desperate moves.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, now, like just the scenario where Mr. Pata had a plan. The very first time he drew the plan, there was no bonus for him. And each time you draw the blank in Scrabble, it would be like, oh, I should be getting a bonus
Yeah,
real soon. But alas, three, 3 tons, 4 tons, he
they're
has
still
here,
holding on to the blank.
romancing the
You
rack
might be surprised some games you hold on, you pick the blank from the first move and you hold it to the last.
to the end.
It happens. Happens. That's
Although
the
it's
perfect
rare,
example
but
of how life works.
sort of happen.
In the morning it can be good, in the afternoon it can be a bit rough. Doesn't mean that the evening is going to be good as well. The evening can be rough as well. So you just have to narrow your options and try to work with it.
I mean, I
Wherever
sort
it
of made
comes.
one example yesterday, like maybe you are really dressed for work,
Yeah, I
and your
remember.
younger sister just pick coffee on your t-shirt. I mean, did you just go back inside to,
Or you get a blazer to cover
or you
it.
just get that to cover it and move on? And guess what he did? According to the move, you fix your business. The guy just got a blazer, covered the shirt, and just moved on. And it sort of worked out for that game. I really can't remember the players. Son.
I actually have to ask you this question. Of all players played in this Masters category, which player are you looking to see this game being trained? Talk about high level Scrabble.
Honestly, I want to watch the middle players.
Yeah.
Honestly, I want to watch them play a lot. A lot. Like, I mean, Rex has been playing since 1840.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that's exaggeration. You actually meant to be playing for a long period of time. He's a top player.
So, and he has the whole dictionary in his head. I mean, if not 100%, at least 80% at this point.
Believe me, Mr. Rex is one of those people that have played lots of times. I'm yet to still pick a win against him. He's a player that I respect so much. His word power is raw. He plays superbly.
And sometimes I call him Big Brain.
Yeah. That's his nickname. Rex the big brain.
Big Brain. The brain is so big. It's just like a system RAM where you have 20 gig RAM. You can accommodate a lot of space to think extra. Superhumanly.
Yeah.
You could really consider 4 options at a time. It could be simulating 4 sequences at a time. Like, yeah, I'm just thinking of one more.
I'm also looking out to watch similar him play on stream because he's a fantastic player and we all know that. So I think
I mean, on paper, before this tournament,
he was ranked number one.
He was ranked. I mean, the outright person you would pick. I mean, the outright person you would pick. You would pick our African champion.
Okay,
our
we're
current
waiting to
African champion.
see
Yeah,
the next
round
game to be
12, right?
streamed. Yeah, I think we'll just be waiting.
I hope we keep the streaming in you. Guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in a jiffy. Hi everyone, welcome back to the stream. We had a small break. We had a small break there, and we should be back very soon for round 12 at the Masters category. And if you are just joining us, maybe you've made some firecrackers, but I think I want to promise there is more firecrackers to come because we still have 7 more top-notch games to watch for the Masters category. And for round 12, we will be watching George Izinore and Ben Pickman play. Hi, Ben Pickman is now actually piece of our string now. He has been frequent. And I mean, that's the result of the hard performance, like the hard work he has put into winning each opponent Scrabble has shown and playing. So George Isidore is a different class of player on its own, and he is an elite. He is a national champion here in Nigeria. I mean, he's just an elite player, which I believe won't allow Ben get away with any lapses. I mean, any mistakes. Okay, the players have started and Josh to go. I still have with me here African number 4, the current African number 4, Jimo Abdelmumin. And later in the day, I think we'll have the pleasure of the former African champion, Enoch Nwali. So when he comes and joins us in the stream, I would let you guys know. It's our pleasure to have him. Hi, Mumin. How true are you for this game? I think this is a repeat now, if I'm right.
Uh, I've actually not checked the standing or the pairings for a while now. But obviously, I think it's going to be a fantastic game. Both players are top players and they are playing at the top level. And it's really, really going to be an interesting game. Sure of that.
Hey, our masters have said it really would be interesting. And yeah, we now have a content to talk about. Now, he plays Zona instead of Zune. We see Zona here for 48 points. What is suggesting Zune? This is awesome. Okay. I mean, earlier, Kwaku was suggesting he plays Zune instead of using the arrow, which is it's not my problem. It was just the game was just starting. Now, what are the options for Ben? This point is about taking a score, but we are behind that 48 game already. We pick the from is yet from. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of playing football, so to play for it for 28 points, PENT, which I feel is promising. And Bonnie not really bad. Maybe the F, you don't want to draw any high points down again for that. Okay, just trying to play. Couple of options here for George. For those that are expecting fire, I am one of your fans. I am also waiting players from that to that, and me and the player have been trying to. I mean, they are just trying to in their opening, maybe trying to find their way to some bonus. Zohara here for better points. There's not much the judge to work with here. It's looking like the X will still be left on this board. Or do you think he could make a plan for the X? Maybe play Oni, or is just doing any funny thing?
That's obviously a beautiful move. I think maybe something like ORA only to just set up for the X. So I know some players that will definitely play some moves like that.
But we just
I think we won't be seeing that.
Yeah. X0 for 36 points, one of the highest scoring points on the board. Now he's really concerned about playing bonus and he has gone for X0.
I think the first bingo of the day
Then mates
from Ben
beautiful from Ben. That comes on quickly for 79 points. Oh my, third with 6 power. I'm not sure this is not what we thought I was going from the farm. Did it change?
is going for his warrior. The move he wanted to play earlier.
Oh, this one I should have done earlier.
Definitely going to be an interesting game because Quick Pen has a lot of scores to score on the board.
Like high scoring.
Just the 5 guys.
High scoring.
They score 52.
And Wadi is one of them.
Yeah.
The other high scoring is Balti, BAWTY. Wadi for 52 points. Okay, we see the first blank here. Come on, George. Uri for 10. Okay, just hope you are not drawing any more barrel, more of that.
I think Quick Pen is playing at a very top level because he's able to spot his beautiful and fantastic plays. He just hooked the tee to the Uri to Fourth Uri and he's playing it twice. I think that should be his highest score on this board.
Yeah, it's got me. And we said something about football in the last round, like really is conserving energy for the top player.
I guess we are already beginning to see that. George is not one of those players you want to
play relax.
Yeah.
Okay, we should get a reply from George here, and he's playing the highest performance here of 52 points.
That's a fantastic play from George. He was able to remember that Zawaria hooks the L and he went for his high score.
Some interesting vision.
Yeah.
Feels so hard around. That's how stars go. That's how top player feels.
It's quite unfortunate that none of Big Ben's flukes on the board, so yes, we won't be seeing a reply. Bingo response from him.
This is really, really close. 206 to 203. I think we will all feel some heat in this game. He's going to commit the move. I think he's thinking about.
There's no how. It's definitely going to commit the move because that's the best move. No matter the danger, you just have to give yourself the chance. It's not as if you had a more better move to play on that board. You know, this is quite okay to me.
We all hope we get to see that committed. Other options for him are probably be either Victoria or Bimoro. Is it doubt where, oh, yes, where, what's the reason for this? Wait, why? Wait, how do you go from 82 to scoring 67?
I guess it just you don't just want to open and give his opponents a scoring advantage over him. That's why he's trying to be a bit defensive. But
I mean, honestly, talks like this don't win championships. I don't know.
he's a champion. He must have had this several thoughts in several tournaments that he has won. So
He's trying to catch up here, and 67 won't do the catch up for him. He must be thinking, oh, okay, maybe he doesn't want to give break points.
yeah.
Through the triple. He has been thinking for this one for over 20 minutes now. I think his decision would have influence in this game.
Obviously, it's definitely going to have give a difference to the game because if I am George, I'm definitely going to play my toilet because it's my highest score. No matter what my opponent is going to play there, I just give it a chance. You know, you might be surprised he won't be able to beat 30 or 40 points on there.
But do you think maybe he's trying to put the two moves on the board and trying to read his opponent? You know, maybe trying to predict something from his opponent if he's going to counter any of the moves.
If
You know,
that's exactly what he's trying to
I think there are
figure
some
out.
players
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
They try and read their opponent.
Yeah.
Play.
Well, I'm not sure he'll get that from Quick Pen because Quick Pen is one of those players that's they try to hide their emotions when they play. Just like what Wellington said and the recent YouTube video that just came out, said you have to give a poker face, when you're on the board. You
I mean,
try
just keep
and
one face. If you want
yes,
to keep straight face all through the game, keep it. If you want to keep smiling face, but keep it.
yeah,
And if you want
actually,
to
to
keep
be a
it,
champion, you don't even need to give a smiling face on the board. That's what Wellington is trying to let us understand. Because it usually gives the tendency for your opponent to know that this is what you have at this certain time. So I think I love the post that Quickpen is giving early because it can't actually say, okay, this is what I'm going to do after you know.
no. Don't think all this extra time wasted on this move be necessary in the end. Or the board is getting shaped somehow.
25 minutes is a lot of time. So he has all the luxuries in this world to play. So he's actually a fast player as well. So yeah, sure he'll come around with it.
Okay, the toilet said the best move later committed after a lot of deliberations. I mean, take your highest points and catch up. It's been held, right?
No, it's not.
It's not been held. Okay. Okay, what are the options for Burnley here? Okay. How? What 38? Wow. This scores a lot of points.
And he spotted the how keeping TIE on his rack.
I mean, if you are like Burn, how would you think like the opponent usually work 5 minutes on the toilet mode? Would you feel any different?
Uh, for that time waste, I'm going to definitely have to play him. Because he must have rationalized it that what if the opponent scores something like Paddy or Judo? So I definitely have to play there. And that's exactly what Quickpen just did. Take care of that place. And let's go. Let's see how the game is going to be. There's only one street, seven, a bingo lane on the board. So that's definitely going to be my next place I'm going to play on this board. At this level, I think that is definitely what I'm going to be worried about.
Well, the bid why they are still on there really, and nine is not really you're all flexible also. Now, George is the one trying to catch up now. And what is suggesting fear for 29 points and you play FIA through the DR. Moves like this sort of, you are limiting your chances in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
And what if your opponent comes with a big through the E?
But he's not trailing that much. I think he just needs to score and keep on
Not
firing.
live, the highest points for 34. Okay, now I'm keeping the tempo high.
Yeah.
It's just behind the 1 point.
He's
But,
actually a bit trouble for the pen to get himself out of there because I'm not seeing a solid move for him to make on this board.
That's a couple of scores to get to keep his game captain for 31 coming out. I mean, at this point, you are thinking of the game already doing. And where would your opponent go? You have to start to think, oh,
Definitely,
we
won't be seeing a 9 letter word from George because the board isn't open anymore. 'Cause he has to think to what he has. He has
through
to
the
think
AR.
ER and ON as well. So I'm quite sure he will be able to spot one of the few lines that
Do you think he has a 9 letter?
he does. Pottering.
Oh, wow. Okay. These are all the various plays. What is suggesting tactical protecting? What do you think about it? Maybe you have soda, a lot of foods.
I won't go with category.
Why do you think what is suggesting?
I think at this point, I actually think still the same thing. Like the Y is exposed, ER as well, the ON, and even the category opens a new bingo link for ODA, the C and the S. You have the blank with you. So I think it's a kind of thing that you just take it. Or I guess I doubt if we'll be seeing category from Mr. George this time.
Yeah, we see him with opt-ins. I hope he's not trying to opt for this one. I mean, it's not a good word. His options here are filtering, 9 letter through the ER, filtering, filtering. I mean, filtering, but still have a lot of, some high probability.
Funny enough, if Scrabble is just a funny game. If he goes now, the opponent is definitely going to reply, depending on what he thinks he wants to play. If he play the pottering with the double T, the T will be a float for his opponent. So it's going to be a tough decision for him.
You don't see the reason why maybe Baku is suggesting category.
Yeah.
Like, let's say here. I mean, Ottawa doesn't score that much, and you are behind by 32.
The board is a bit strict though.
But I'm more kind of fun, like I'm bonusing anytime I'm getting the bonus, sort of playing it out. I do not want to have, harboring.
Yeah.
Don't want to be harboring talents for a lot of.
Like I said, if the game is for you, it's definitely for you. If it's opting for this
I hope it's not of.
It's playing opting smooth.
Okay.
It means that the game is for quick time.
He's kept the blind. He's kept the blind. Opting for 28.
He's yet to commit the move.
39 on 70.
He has committed the move. That should be a miss from him. Yeah, definitely a miss.
Option. Well, I think it's sort of doing Charles turnover because he has a blank there.
Yeah.
Don't you think is a good luck in missed bonus in that point? Like it's a good fortune because if you sort of bonus that one, your opponent will come back with a counter play which will score way more than what you just did.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think Scrabble has been unfair in some aspect. So let's look at the choices for brain. Just they just play anything. I mean, I don't think. Do you think he has anything to think about?
I think he wants to maybe jump as many times as he can because from his own perspective, the blank is still out. You understand? There's no way he will believe his opponent had the blank after playing the option to him. So he will be trying to play as many as he can, maybe something like quoted through the T of the opt-in and the D of the how. Yeah, he's going for the move for 18 points.
I think he's planning for something. Quoted for 17.
Yes,
in
17
the end
points.
of the community.
He's definitely making this play.
All right. Made already. Wow, the game is really intense now.
I wouldn't say before this opt-in moves, he would have played COVS through the house. He would have gone for them because it's kind of takes care of the board.
They make hopes, right?
Yeah, hoops and house. That would have been his move. But this now will give his opponent a HAIN.
For 28.
Is that a V? Is that V or A?
It's looking like a win.
Oh.
Is it breaking or something?
I would be surprised to know that the Q might decide this game, this level. We have a couple of ties, good ties outside. We have the four aces outside, like from none of the angles, but from George's angle, we have two aces outside, and from Quickpen's angle, we have three aces outside. So that could influence some of his thinking. I mean, Hassan, what do you think George has to be worried about at this point of the game?
At this point, I am now 10 behind. I have the blank and the ace. So, like, I would be sort of thinking if I manage this game with this ammunition that I have, I should be able to see out this game professionally and get the game for myself. At this point, I would just want to take the high score with a very decent lead that comes. And yeah, it's not like I'll be ruling out prospects for bonus play, but I would be focused on taking high score now. Like, I'm taking the highest score here.
Um, George is definitely thinking of on soldiers through the ER, and I think soldier is valid words.
Yeah, valid.
So the question is asking myself now is, does it take? Yes. Or do I really need to bingo now?
I think on soldiers, it's
Straightforward, right?
no, it's not. I mean, I think it's popular. You could play on soldier.
Yeah.
Sit on soldier.
Your hot seat didn't tell you what to do sometimes. You just have to try and be conservative sometimes.
You know, soda is high for athletes already. But it takes some form of vision here. And we vote. It's really fantastic now. This is tricky Scrabble.
The two times he's postponing his bingos, your opponent would have replied. If he plays his on sodas, we'll be seeing universe from Cookben. And that's obviously going to wrap up the game, except maybe miracle happens.
I think there are some things that I still need to learn in this Scrabble. You know, I think
same
if
here,
you,
same
if you're
here.
skipping bingo now,
Yeah. Not all the time, though. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't.
How do we know these times? I mean, what are these times? Do we have any book about this time?
Quick Pen just committed URE for 7 points. So they are both on 31-3 to 31-3. It's George's turn to move.
George has been seen like twice in this game. Like he has been keeping the sanity of this game alive. Although I think he would be the one on time for you as time goes on. I think we would all have loved consolers. We would all have loved to see consolers come down from the board.
I think George is thinking of playing SUM to the horizontally to the MM and the UR. That should take care of the board somewhere.
He's concerned about that place now. This would give an avenue to open the board. You will see some come down for some interesting score. I mean, 38 points. That just really influenced them. We have the queue here now with Burn. The Q and the B, those two bodies. Wow, okay, suggesting is exchange.
Obviously, I would have
Q
done the
and
same
B.
thing. Yeah, but the Q isn't. It's not having I'm not seeing any support for the Q. Okay, so QIN, that should be his next move because his opponent is really, really suffering from foreigners. Let's see what are the options for Judge, visionary Judge. We have 7 ties in the bag.
Quacker suggesting is change at least $5.
At this point, if you are leading by, I think it's leading by 7 points. What would you think of doing based on the nature of
at this point, with how many vowels we're seeing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 vowels I'm seeing out of 14,000 something. I mean, I won't be moved to change at this point. I would just want to play any points that come.
Oh, is it playing OL? He just played O. Is that OL?
That was great. I think I missed that.
That's definitely OL, and none of them were able to see the move. ELDOL.
Oh my!
And Big Ben accepted it. That's definitely one of the disadvantages of playing fast. If it was a bit calm, he would have won from here.
Yeah, how you man? I mean, he must have been fixated on dropping the Q on the board.
He has all the time in the world. He has 16 minutes. We shouldn't.
These guys are very fast now. Or are they just glad to get away from boarding the Q, the J? Like, you don't want to be taking those guys into a closing game.
I think it's down to the end move. We're going to see what's
honestly, guys are taking their scores really fast. 378 to 366. Wow, George has 3 vowels.
It should be George's game because he has 2 vowels, AUCPL and blank.
I think he must have thought of that. Like, okay, I have all the ammunition here. I can manage this game really well. Is there an L? L1.
I think that's D. AD, AD, ADP, LC. We are not able to capture the.
It's looking like a
just-
1 point.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's hope it's a deal. What I believe is a deal. Let's ask for approval and look at judge option of winning this game outright. Wow. I mean, judge has like 1 million ways of winning this
We need to confirm that we have the exact ties with him. I think I
That looks
played
like a D or whatever. Okay, this will be you.
we have AUPLC plan. Right. I think Mr. George is taking his time to see what's out and what's his opponent's best move to be able to take care of it. Sometimes you kind of have an oversight of playing with the wrong two-letter words. I myself must have been through that.
I think you might get one.
Yeah, IR against Pakon. I currently watched the game.
These are the
Yesterday.
moments you can have that in your project, and it's getting to end of the tournament. There are 1 million ways for Germany to win this game. I mean, 1 million ways. 1 million ways.
Pakon is suggesting he plays PA
A lot of.
to block the V.
Are there ways for V on this board?
Yeah, the VUG. The VUG. Probably suggesting that George plays PA there to form beggar, BEGAR, PA. That's obviously not an easy fact letter to cite at this time of the game. You have to play what you're sure of.
Yeah, what's your very
Any
sure.
mistake now, it's straight loss for you. So
And you don't want to be losing this kind of
exactly.
game. Like you have the guy in your hand like this. I really know the 6 letter of this big guy.
Yeah.
I mean this 5 letter of big guy. So man. Like if my parents plays me big guy, I'll be like, wow. Well, if I'm in a good mood, and they just let me.
Yeah.
uh, we are sorry to see who well passed. I think due to fixation, I mean.
Down to remain 39 seconds. Is yet to play.
From the comment section, Lester Morris is saying, why not coupon? At what move that? At what point could judge have done?
Is he looking at his
coupon?
time? He's having just 12 seconds.
What is it thinking
Going to
of?
play.
He doesn't need to do so much. I think it's playing Capone.
Cajon, Cagon.
Now just the pay them in Capone, CAP over it. You just sort of play anything, and you have the game outrightly already to yourself. What's the blank?
That should be J, I guess.
I mean, the blank could be anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, it could be P. Let's say P fit mostly.
I think he's planning to finish with GULP, golf and UMM, because he knows his opponent can't play anything there. And he also has Kula, PULA. That's actually a lovely move from him.
I mean, they have 1 million ways of winning.
Yeah, yeah.
Without
He just needs to avoid playing
going negative. Yeah,
going negative at the time as well.
going negative on the time. Yeah, actually.
Oh, somebody just gave us better option of coupon like COUPON or George holding on to the AL, yeah, AL, and AL finishes everywhere. That's also a lovely.
If it is still about this game, I mean, there are a lot of options. You start mentioning the it's just I think the V sort of reduces the chances.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, the V.
I absolutely think it should have been his game if he was able to spot the OL two-letter oversights that he allowed.
Yeah,
That would
it could have changed the
yeah,
dimension.
that would have changed the
We
dimension
know
of the
what's
game.
there for that point.
It's just to drop the QI in as you and go to the back before your opponent. Maybe who knows? He might have picked this ball or something.
You think playing on stream has gotten to this player? Yeah, mainstream, you want to play so well, play some.
Actually, it does. Maybe it's a certain level, just something minimal, because they've been playing this Scrabble for years. They've been on stream over how many tournaments? Yeah. So and it's not something you just go overnight. It's something that you work on, keep on working on it to give your best at the big stage. So George is one of those players that he's not frightened whenever he's playing big stage. So and Quick Pen as well is a player of his caliber. I would have expected him to take his time and see sports the OL phony that has been played on the board. Okay, Quick Pen is really taking his time. 390 to Quick Pen 366.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, do I have a chance? Like, but if you sort of see your opponent can, sort of finish that play anywhere else, you just have to let go. I mean, you want to let go, conserve some energy. Like, probably you will stay. If George wins this game, I think he will still be playing very for state. So, we still have Ben taking his time in this game. Why are they going through the scores? Maybe they're trying to check the score. Yeah, I think we discussed about overall. Overall is going to change the dynamic of the game a lot if it has been challenged more. And what impact do you think overall being challenged more would have on current psychology?
When you actually look at some comments, you will feel like, what exactly is this person trying to say? You understand? George has several ways to win this game. So anything he plays, any valid word he plays at this point, he's going to win. So I think it's his game. It's definitely his game.
I want to believe they were taking time to check the scores.
Do you think he's trying to maybe kind of trick his opponents to drop his time before he makes when he's yet to commit his move? You know, what kind of saying, like he just quickly plays fast, you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
You might be surprised with some players antics and the way they look at the game.
Okay, we see Varus. I think that's the team points. Varus for 18 points.
That's the highest move on this board. All right, he has committed. And George is really taking his time. His time has dropped.
Well, it does not care since, he would finish the game.
His time has definitely dropped.
And that's important. Time is not constant.
What do you think happens if the time is continue reading and the other opponent committed his ties and they are just trying to bet the scores and the time is still going on, like enters 20 minus 2 minutes. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, they are both elite players, and I think this time should be forced. I mean, don't commit in the moment.
I think something like that was being discussed like a couple of weeks ago. And what we're able to deduce from it was that as long as you've tendered your ties, doesn't necessarily mean
You need
time
to
out.
pause.
Yes, exactly.
Because it's like plus 20 now.
So I guess
Regardless of what happened on site, is an outright win for George. And I want to believe, I hope this is not a scenario, though.
that was a lovely game to watch, and we both enjoyed the scintillating plays from the master players, Zinere George, who happens to be the current national champion, Nigeria, and Ben Quickpen of Bayelsa. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was some scintillating game, and I think the heat of the festival is now getting to both players because both players have played fantastically well. Yeah, very clinical, and apart from Hohel, I mean, if there had been sported, it would have given some new life to this game. Maybe Ben could have had his chance. And it's gonna really be devastating from George's perspective. And I think that's the second time we will be having George on stream. Yeah, that's the second time we are having George on stream. I'm taking some time to look at the other categories, the B category and the female category. At the female category, that's around 11. Okay, we have Tuoyo Mayuko leading 9 games to 2 with plus 1,280 scored. That is This is at around 11. So your Mayuko, as we all know, we call her the Iron Lady here in Nigeria, which she was the first Scrabble female player in the world a couple of years back. And I don't know if that statistics holds now, but she is still playing at the elite level. And like I said yesterday, she once beaten 9-0 here in Nigeria, some classes back. I mean, I haven't started playing Scrabble by that time then. I was told about this. Yeah, I think that was the Akbabio Classic. Yeah. Second to our understanding is Sule's success from Abuja, that's the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria, on 8 wins and 3 losses with some huge spread of 1,540. Third to her is Chinkere Passline from Abia State here in Nigeria. These are really, really elite female players that can actually sit in front of elite male players also, and they don't give any male player a run for their money. The fourth position is Okumi Afolayan from Ogun State. We saw her play on stream yesterday, and it was a really fantastic game from her. Let me go to the grade division. I'm trying to find a link on the grade division. Okay. Yeah, I got that. Okay, in the B category, this is at around 11. We have Bright Oaxaca leading the pack with 8 games to 3 losses, with plus 639 spread. Second to him is David Oji from Ogun State with 8 wins and 3 losses, with plus 507 spread. In the third position is Yumukoro Ogumaria from Edo State, excuse me, with 7 wins and 4 losses, with plus 214 spread. This is at around 11. I believe they are playing 18 games in the intermediate category. Either 16 or 18. Well, at the B category, they would be heading from around 12 very soon. The tournament link is on various Scrabble platforms, and you can get that. And you can get that and follow the standings for the 4 categories of Scrabble going on in Nigeria. I will be back in a short while. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. We are back for round 13 and we will be streaming the female category. Like I said before the break, we have Toyomayu and Sule Success. These are the two glamour zones that are leading the pack. What do you think we should expect from this game? Is it just survival or would see some interesting thing here?
I think it's definitely going to be experience over um let me call it technicality because we all know Lady T Toyo happens to be a fantastic player. She's played over the years. So she has the experience over the other female players. I'm sorry to say that, but that's just the simple truth. But yeah, but Sule Success is actually a player that she's played several hands and she knows the game as well. She's not scared. She's never scared of playing anyone. There was a time we actually referred to her as the Mr. Sule. Mr. Sule, you understand? So that's for you to know that.
I referred
Yeah.
to them. I mean, honestly, I just saw the favorite player against us. Honestly, they beat male players on field.
Yeah.
I mean, to some pity level.
So we're definitely going to see a good game. I'm sure of that. So let's expect.
If you are just joining us, this is the first game we watched from today. Around 18 for the female category. We would be having some list of first good from us.
Oh, the first blank is here so early. Imagine having picking the first blank from the first tip. You just put your hand in the bag and you come out with the blank. And
From
these
the
are
outset,
yeah.
I just hope I'm able to sustain the tempo for the rest of the check moves.
Do you think success should be able to spot bingo? It doesn't actually have another or just a simple bingo from this ground. Do you think and it's not an easy word to find.
Hi, this is an obscure word. And, well, at first, I will hope we don't get a non-word because just the blank can only play a bingo with only one letter, which is I. Only I can fit in. This is I mean, how would I say? They're with the master screen. When you look at their rating, to some extent,
I think if she's yet got her bingo, I know her and I know the kind of move she would like to play at this point. She might go for card. Just
yeah, maybe tag is not bad if you are not able to spot Hagaris, the only bingo that plays in the right. For this game, I mean, I want to know my expectation. I don't want to be too expectant. And but for technical kind of Scrabble, you would get it here top notch. If you're a fan of technical Scrabble or defense Scrabble, you would get it here top notch because these two Amazons are very great at blocking game. I mean, you would enjoy really defensive game here. Now the time is approaching 3 minutes and we are yet to see more.
oh, I think she's trying to try gracious.
I
He's going to try gracious. If you're not
I mean, we don't know
familiar,
what the blank is.
she's definitely going to call it an eye.
Whatever the blank is, this is another word. Gracias, the Spanish.
Yes. Let's hope.
I think it's only
I know that it seems to be
in
Spanish.
Spanish.
Oh, is she recording it? I know that I know her not to be a kind of player that she challenge what she doesn't know. That's one of her policies. She doesn't accept things that she's not 100% sure. I know her. I'm quite surprised. I think she's checking this. Yeah, she's checking it. I know her. I'm going to be a 0 for student success, FCT.
I don't think we should blame something else. If this had been Spanish dictionary,
Probably it would have been there.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know, precious.
yeah.
Thank you, right?
Thank you, Miss. Thank you. I mean, thank you is valid in CSW.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a nice one.
thank you, and we should be able to pluralize it. Maybe the noun. Awesome. Thank you.
When you're attacking like two or three people.
Yeah, if
That-
I am
That's one thing about Lady T. She's not actually scared about giving the opponents points because she just plays her best move. She really thinks about it's okay for her. It's point of the game.
well, it's about to just be okay.
Yeah. Are you perplexed to see the word like crack fast on this board from Chile Success? It's possible.
Honestly, if she plays drag past here, I'm going to pose like, and we would hold this shout out to her. Drag past, top, it's a really low probability. And if she does that, we saw Bukumi yesterday struggle to get strategy, like for like 2 turns. But at this point, I said it, would it be a matter of survival or pure defense? Okay, just like crab. Crab is better than
4-0.
yeah. You seen anything about Warriors Rap? Looks promising.
Yeah, he has a couple of choices to play from. And I'm 100% sure we're definitely going to see a bingo from her. She's already putting that.
Yeah, cleaning the sound for 72 points, the highest point for this term. And she has done that effortlessly. I was talking about Soro before the game starts, and she was the best in the world for so many years, the best female player in the whole world for so many years. And if you have once beaten 9 games, I think you should add it to your curriculum.
Yeah.
You just go to any organization. Don't you say I've beaten 9 games once?
Sure.
Like in my resume, I've beaten 9 games once. It's a thing you should be proud about. And I've not even been privileged to play 9 games.
Same here.
So,
Same here.
it's okay. So, taking a game off him. But Woyomaiko has done that. She did it elegantly at Akpabio Classic here in Nigeria.
We should be seeing a reply from Chile Success, Bingo as well.
We had tons of runs. Tons of options. And we see her play.
I guess she's going to call the blank a C.
We take more time we would get.
Yeah.
I had a moment. I want to believe she's being defensive. I put a blank on the same. Okay, let's go for the blank. Let's see for now while we expect from the technical to the label for the blank.
That's a good big form for your mind too, but she obviously have some spots to put in the board.
Yeah, Vex. You have those Vex. VEXCD through the D of Kings for 40 points. The 6 year committed with 34 points.
Funny enough, the last play, the blank was called R, which is not a valid word.
And how?
R, yeah.
Oh my
So
God.
that was what I'm getting to see now, that the blank was called. So,
Okay. Commission reaching us now that the blank is on R and the word is not being challenged. What do you think happened? Was Toyo just let me just leave my some sort of
a lot of times you might find yourself asking that, all things, why would she call it R? She trying to get sustain from me.
or maybe the rack.
We are yet to see Toyo's rack. We can't even see the rack at all.
Maybe a hand is blocking it somewhere. Could be Toyo's hand is injuring the camera, the cam on the ground. Success were, I think the players,
Yeah, the position.
their hand and position, something. The point results will come down for 43 points. Let's hope Toyo here now and she's able to she's able to remove her hand from the cam.
This success 125 to Royal Mayofu 150. The scores are yet to be updated. So this success doesn't have lots of choice to make. She obviously needs to balance her hand because she's already close to having a bingo.
Well, she has one on her rack already, which she's been disappointed about.
Can't stand.
Yeah. Even the A she could have used has been constructed somehow for Fina 4, I think Fina 4 is the feminine one, right? Or is it not feminine?
Oh, I think she has OE. She has Pioneer OF, right?
Yeah, OF, like Popine.
Yeah, she has
Popine. OF isn't bad, no? What are the options to buy you food here? At this point, I would be thinking, what can I do to balance this one thing? Like this, right? I want to balance it in the way that I should be able to bonus next time. Do we think the way I just get this number?
She's trying to constrain the tax thing a little bit, and I think she's already doing that with the VAM. She doesn't want to even open or maybe expose or go for a higher score. So I guess we'll get to see what the success has.
You don't play over. You just come back and take the cue and why this is a ball game. Thank God.
Oh, she's dropping her QI for just 26 points. I'm quite sure she will be thinking, this key is not going to be with me for the next one. I was expecting the bingo ties and you just happened to come with me from the back, so I'm going to drop it. And that's exactly what she did. 173 for Sule success to Toya Michael 171. Are you looking at the about if there's any extension for the about to, something we can, yeah, something like I don't know. Is runabout? Runabout a good word? Yeah, it's actually a good word.
About the good word.
30 points.
But it looks like we might not have to run about
Yes.
yeah, because one it's been blocked up by
We
year.
have several options. We have layabouts, we have gadabouts, we have marabouts. Quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm familiar with all the songs.
Yeah, it should be. Oh,
We
sorry,
have
having a bingo.
Okay.
Receipts.
The popular receipt. Okay, we have the common receipt being played for 82 and the only bingo she has spotted for this turn. 82 points. Now, do you think she's playing? Yeah, I mean, how do I call it? Fearlessly now.
I think the bonus is on Lady C to my equal to just play as it comes because at this level you have another opening for 7. So she just had to give us the chance. Imagine playing YAY from the rack of 80, 80 ATEE rather. You're blessed with some juicy time and you're able to bingo. So I won't be surprised to
Oh yeah, I
sort
think
of
we have other options of there's tags on the board.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe some extension.
Taxation as well.
Yeah, we have taxation. We have taxation, some extensions, and okay, what's the success range for them?
Playing NEF. That should be one of
Okay, other options is naive for 42 points. I've seen naive for 37 points being played. So where's Rock? Is it changing?
yeah, she is. Exchanging the sisters and she's keeping
Okay,
just
really don't know what to actually exchange. That W on
yeah,
the
PEWRINK.
okay, this is the leeway for her to like get closer on this point.
Yeah, score and just keep on pushing.
Options here are PEW, PEW for 31 points. You know, keep some sort of well balanced.
Yeah, she's actually going for that.
Okay, for 31 points. Well, apart from our opening play and maybe the issues with the blank.
Do you see Lady C playing taxation, like putting the section of the tax? I mean, she's a civil servant. She's a government worker, so she might be quite familiar with
Say about the work you do now.
not really. Bro, if I'm playing this game, I'll be so concerned about what I need to because this is not a bingo. So what can I score with? So I guess if you look deeper, you should be able to see move to play. So I guess we won't be seeing that today.
Looking like the focus here is she wants to keep the bingo lead. She's not thinking in our direction. What are the options for Sule success here? Dog for better points, cooking DALP. I think that's been aggressive. Talking through the arrow of proceed.
Uh
The only points we could have seen translation being played has been missed. Maybe it will still be open towards the game. Let's see.
let's see what Sule have for us. I'm quite sure she must be concerned about taking care of the two opening on the board. Oh,
Okay, she's going for her second best move of 33 points, which is king. We would say Toyo with the bingo now on the board.
I mean, if it's me, I'm definitely going to play this, obviously. Definitely going to play this. So Toya is going to play her bingo.
Okay, maybe she definitely matching for extra points. But at this point, I understand, like, they just want to play what you're not sure of. I mean, that's okay. She's just to commit to my grants. Okay, committed me for 76 points.
I guess we were never wrong about the experience because I was expecting success to play DOCK. Torah DOCK. That would have done the job perfectly. I mean, you have one blank, not like which is still in the bag of the opponent, but that does a lot of job and scores well as well. So this KING, who knows? My opponent might give me something like Nastali. Yeah, so I think I would have gone for more.
Oh, yeah, it's not
DOCK.
possible with Charles and LeBron.
Not anymore.
Okay, we have LeBron. Okay, no. Okay, the end is with Suleiman. Actually, she has a 51 points play on the board. You think she can find this obscure word?
That's exactly what she had. She had in her hands in the previous turn.
Previous turn, yeah.
Yeah.
The obvious play of Tony for 51 points. DORNICK. Me. That would be huge at this point. Other options are numerous. I mean, these are really obscure words. I mean, what are the obscure words you played that, there's some real obscure words you played in Scrabble.
I remember the first time I played oil friends, the anagram of overuse. My opponent was like, "What's this guy playing again?" He said this out loudly. We started the game. What's this one? I happened to play one of my um trainers this game. People that brought me up. His name is Kabir. So
Oh, yeah,
Momo Kabir, not Momo Kabir, yeah. He told me, "Oh, you've started again." Oh." So so quite lots of other obstacles. I can't even remember. Oh, she got a blank. Oh,
you play Rim.
yeah.
14 points. What are the options for Soil Initiative? Both for 22 points, which is our best move for this tournament.
I mean, something must have been possibly going through success minor. Like, if only there's anything like something like bed crown, I would have just been good now.
I mean, I don't think she would about that.
She just needs to come up with something. I think she's trying to open the world, which is a good thing. Oh, deal.
Bed crown is not involved. Oh yeah, Dude is there, but I was just thinking maybe she does not know the word.
She actually spotted it, but no deal.
It's a noun, right?
Yeah. She has committed a
She
move.
play word for 21 points.
I trust Lady T. She's definitely going to block that straight seven. You know, anything you have, play to that B.
It's right, it's really defensive.
Very, very difficult. I'm not digging down, but this is okay for me. That's exactly what was going through my mind.
This is taxative, yeah, taxative. Actually, she has two options of using the tax and like taxation and taxative, but she has opted for defense, yeah, like taking care of business at this point. You don't want to give back anything to your opponent. You want to make the game so inconvenient for them.
At this point of the game, do you think was Sule Success still has a chance to maybe do something? Maybe
I think that B of Bob is still there for some miracle. So you just create another opening for yourself. Simply like that.
DJ will be keeping high.
Maybe
top
Red
nine.
John, something like Red John, REJ.
There are only three types in the bag, and it's we have I
Oh,
EEI. EEI. So, and I'm sure she won't be willing to pick everything because you are trailing by 55 points.
The goal here is to open another opening for yourself and leave yourself some life. Like you want to get a bingo.
Again, she's giving up already.
Telling Red John here is like giving up. Like acceptable. Red John for 37.
Those kind of games that you feel like it's gone, it's gone. Do you think we are going to see Troy pluralizing the region, adding the estate, even though we know it's not a valid word? That could be a higher score.
I think she would.
Something like Lush. And sometimes it happens in tournaments like this that the opponent has no choice than to challenge because if the word is good, I've lost already.
I think at this point you want to be so serious about it. So serious about this movie because we are just leading by 18 points. You don't want to make any mistake on this game because any mistake here you lost. You lost the game outright. I think both players are going through the spell again to make sure they are right about
Whereas several tries to win the game.
of course these are the house, right?
Yeah, except she plays the phony.
Except she makes a mistake. I mean, she makes a mistake. And shout out to our viewers. Kindly drop where you are streaming from in the world in the comment section. Let's know where you are streaming from.
Players are taking their time to, track off what's remaining and see if there's a chance for them to at least get something from the game. Let's not let it to be a fearless German player. So I'm not sure we'll be seeing a mistake from her at this point.
All right, and I think Scrabble being sustained in Nigeria currently
Yep.
is based purely on passion, like personal sponsors, and we just can't thank you all enough behind the scene, making sure Scrabble is being played in Nigeria at the very top level, sort of support to get, and we are just really grateful. I mean, shout out to our sponsors. We have shown around in the comments.
Oh, yeah.
I show we have shown from Paris. And we have Daniel from Ibadan. Hi, Daniel. You're welcome to our view in the comment section. And thank you for following. Okay, I think Toya is playing Lush. Yeah, I think Lush is for the Lawrence. Yeah, that's a 4 points and committed already. How do you think success will feel after this game? Like, you have started really strong with the bonus, like,
Yeah, imagine having one first move and you ended up playing something you've not even seen before. So yes, that was really this game went sideways.
and even our opponent still left the sorry, which is a non-word, because the blank was an arrow. So, which is a non-word, and at least some sort of pity. Do you think it's just pity? Maybe when your opponent pities you, like, and you are going through so I don't want to, I don't want to, quantify the mystery.
Spain is taking negative up by 2 games, I guess.
No, I think she'll be one game ahead of the pack. Victoria should be one game ahead of the pack now with this hard fought game.
At this stage, imagine if you imagine yourself being behind someone like Victoria Mayu, you just have to be sorry for yourself because she will try as much as possible to curtail any differences and anything that would bring problem to her games. You just try and play absolutely stuff. But that's exactly what we saw in this game. Not seeing any single error she made. Not to mention a bingo that she missed.
And that is that from our Amazon. You can say I knew this game would really be strategic. Like we are a fan of fancy Scrabble, you want to see the obscure word. I'm sorry, here is not the right. I mean, now is not the right time here because it is now boiling down to strategy towards the end of the competition now. I think we should have the World Championship at least in the commentary section. And I'm shouting out to Wellington Jigere,
Wherever
the
he is,
US, wherever he is now. But I believe he's in the US. And if by chance it's chance to join us on the stream, we would be glad. Coming up, sort of have some elite player you look up to. For me, then it's to do with Wale. Then I mean, I'm just like sort of amazed by the mastery of words. Like this man is really wonderful. How was he able to judge words, even in tense situation? And the way he scores, maybe that's why I use paper papers now. He used really small paper and to record and to even keep track of time. And he does that really fantastic. Like I mean, are there some elite player you look up to
Oh,
coming up?
definitely. You mean players that are coming up or players that have looked up to over the
No,
years?
like those you looked up to when you were coming up.
Oh, the first name that comes to mind is definitely Wellington Jigere. Yeah, when I was growing up, I kind of started playing Scrabble, learned under the tutelage of my brothers. So they've been mentioning the name Wellington Jigere, Wellington Jigere. I was like, where will I meet him? Yeah, the first time I met Wellington Jigere, he dealt with me like he amassed the community of like 344. So imagine meeting your mentor for the first time and he's already telling you that guy you have to, yeah. So other players that I've moved up to over the years, I mentioned yesterday that Shegun Doroja is another fantastic player that I love so much. They call him Okucha of Scrabble in Nigeria. Plays absolutely well. He's a grandmaster of the game.
Yeah.
Tunde Oduwole as well. Nikita. Oh my God.
Yeah. You need to know.
No. He's not perfect. Guys, we have players that we looked up to over the years, and oh, we're really very, very blessed to have learned directly from them. We're telling you that this is not your move, this is what you should have played. The likes of Etakaro, Prince Omosefe, these are players that we've been blessed with in the continent. And Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Oh yeah, shout out to all our elite players. And I hope we are all making you proud because now I can play Scrabble really well. Yes, and I think I can challenge you anything on live stream. Like, okay, what champion? I can now sit in front of you and play Scrabble.
You won't be tensed anymore.
Now I won't be
Exactly.
turned off, reject again because I know some little words now. So now I would make sure what championship works really hard for any win now.
Yeah.
I think we are heading to round 14 now after the break. I think we are on lunch break now. The players are on lunch break now. And we will be back to stream round 14 in the next 1 hour. Hi guys, keep your notification on in the next 1 hour. Join in for talk. All right. Hi guys, set an alarm in the next 57 minutes or so. We will be back to stream round 14 of another scintillating Scrabble, and we hope we hope for more firecrackers today. The female division, I think they are playing 16 games for the female division.
Is it 16 or 15? Not quite.
Yeah, so very soon we should be heading towards King of the Hill
Yeah, yeah.
in the female event. King of the Hill in Scrabble is towards the last 3 or 4 games. You would be playing someone next to you on the standings, immediately next to you on the standings, to sort of decide who triumphs in the game. And after the break now, we would quickly head towards that, which I believe set an alarm and see you guys again in the next 56 minutes. I'm not sorry here right now.
If it's there, let me know so that I can switch the pictures later. I will do that. Oh yeah. Take.
Yes, babe. We are streaming open for this round. Or you guys will go for this round. We invited him here for commentary. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we can be theory. Thank God it's already. They never start to play. They never start. I'll give them the go ahead when I'm ready. Who's supposed to? You see their name. Yeah, so I can quickly do fast introduction. Use the mic. Hi everyone, welcome back from the little break. I hope we are all doing well. We have a new guest on stream. I do not want to be a spoiler yet. While the players are already cleared up for starting, this is the penultimate round for the Infos category, right?
Yeah, they are playing games.
Yes, and I believe the game has embarked on the medal decider. Our guest on stream for today is actually we have the current number 4 African player on stream already. And then okay, I'll still keep it for you guys to guess on the stream who our third guest is. I mean, he is a champion also. If you can guess that, I have a prize for you. While we are waiting for that, let's catch on. We have the first move here. We have the first move of the board here now of Sophia from Johnny.
Johnny is okay.
Okay, Johnny is fine for sure. Sophia, how do you arrange it? Okay. Okay, we have Sophia come down for some points. I think a PK from Delta, yeah, a PK from Delta is actually close, but I think that's better than changing. If I can see that right now. Clamped for 24 points. And guys, our guest commentator today is the former African champion, Ogun. Hi guys, let's welcome Enoch on stream. Enoch, say hi to our streamers, to our followers.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Where are you from? It's good to be here.
Oh yeah, it's a pleasure to have you here.
So, top level Scrabble actually so far, from all the previous games. And it's been interesting to watch. And Scrabble has come a long way. And without the names that Nigeria's Scrabble scene has seen, there are new crop of players coming up, some of which you have seen on stream already. For example, the game we are watching right now, they are relatively new to the international stage. And this is the lowest level of Scrabble in Nigeria. We have three categories in Nigeria: intermediate, opens, intermediate, and then the masters. So this is a game from the opens category. I saw him finding his only bingo in his first game, which is quite impressive. You should know your top probability bingo, at least for that category, to be able to excel there. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've observed. And just giving heads up to viewers in case you see little else, in case you see little else, should just brush it up.
All right, thanks you. Thanks to the former African champion, Kwali. He would be around for some time, like to watch the rest of the stream today and to give us some top class insight to some things we might not be able to say on the board. I mean, some things that are not visible to we humans like this. I mean, it's a pleasure once again to have you, and thank you for honoring our invitation. Okay, the game was started already, and we are in for a firecracker already. This is Sophia from Journey start the game and tweet for 13 points. Wow, Master Mohammed, I think ABK has a blank here. What do you think you would be thinking at this point?
Actually, I would have been thinking if I'm Mr. Educate, I would start thinking of how to play bingo because I have to definitely reply. I often started with Sophia, that was 70 points. But I don't think it has some choices to play. I was actually about to ask from African champion, what would you do this particular point this with this round? Although we know that what he would have done is quite different than what other players will do, especially the two players I'm watching.
Just say, I think the timers are not up yet.
Yeah.
But then looking at that, I really feel that jobs are made. First is put it to the team. But then I feel that there is something in the S which I'm not seeing now. Like, at least I've seen it to I don't know what was the engine thing. Oh, Vitals, yeah.
Yeah, he has the option of play thoughts to the end. I think that's his highest scoring new ball. He's going to give his opponent the lead on the triple, which I don't think he's ready to do. Let's see what he has to play from this excellent round.
Like the African champion said earlier, this is the lowest division of Scrabble in Nigeria. So for this current round, I would be lowering my expectation if I were you. So if you need the gallery word, you might not just get them here. And this game is all about survival as well as as we both experienced from the last round from the female. Any bingo you are able to spot there, you will just be thanking God. Like at least I'm able to get one from here, and I don't want to be pulling with the blanks. So we see he's taking his time, and it's looking like he is missing the various options he has for this film. He is missing high scoring play here.
Yeah, at this level, lower, even though Varitot, I think Varitot is still fairly
high probability.
Yeah, it should be first, I want the first 10,000 words. But then, Decisive is quite difficult. And we don't know if he spotted Varitot and choose to stray away from it. I really doubt that.
I think 260, okay, which is still available. I mean, I think for their level, they think that's way too,
yes, at this level, it's even when you find the bingos, I think they'll just put the bingos down. They're not too concerned about some deep strategic thinking of where should I play the bingo. Right? If you see,
I obviously think he spotted the rotating I think it's the arm because of the way he arranged his ties.
oh yeah,
But I'm thinking he's scared of giving the opponent the triple. So let's see what he has to play. He's yet to commit his minutes.
By the way, over on Johnny's rack, he needs an 8 to find Regina here, but we might not get to see that because there's even no A on ABK's rack.
Okay, we see goal committed or some. I mean, I wouldn't say the same for 11 strategic points. Like I said earlier,
I mean, TIV blank is not so bad on this board because you still have R and S available.
You've heard our former African champion said the CIB blank is not a bad rank.
Not about that, yeah. Just that he's scoring too little. You don't want to do that. A game like this.
okay, let's see the options for Johnny here. What could Johnny do? I can see distance.
I thought of something while I saw him placing that E there. I thought of playing cleaners.
When you get to play some top level like Scrabble players, you just have to think, why would you make this move?
Yeah.
You did not an excellent play because the opponent just dropped 2 times. So
And it creates a lot of distractions on the board.
according to you, it's going to definitely bingo. So you have to just be yourself on 60 points score in the next turn.
Okay, guys, like I said earlier, playing dinners is not humanly. You want to play dinners, keep your Z, to score the next turn because why would your opponent play too late on the board? So the rationale behind this is you keep your Z to counter score your opponent. And I believe APK should find a bonus from
Right,
he didn't have that much of an option here. Okay, I think we'll see overhead. It's come down for 62 points. It's yet to commit his move.
And what else could you have on that one?
Maybe debit or out drive. They all found out through the
I'm really a big fan of up drive because it's actually does a little bit. Though it opens good shooting from I think I would prefer on drive, not finding the hooks to eat because I'm down. I'm down with like lots of points. So why should I be bothered about them?
And at this point, you want to play a word. This kind of word could easily get challenged in this category. And you have some extra 10 points to yourself. I mean, they do have this kind of thinking also. And I think they're holding their nerves perfectly fine. I mean, this is their first time on stream. Yeah, fine.
I think I remember doing that in intermediate and open categories when I was there. Finding a very obvious play for something like 86 and then finding a strange word for 79 and just going for the strange word because I'm sure you get challenged and you get 10 extra points in Nigeria per challenge. But then there's some merit to overedit. See, the way he places it, there are 2 triples open that are accessible after that move, So you could see some scoring. Could be setting up for scoring that either way I get one of the triples, either down from the T or down to hook the hole.
We've seen our player, he has committed a move by a bit and wants to bad. So we are waiting for Johnny to make a move.
We should look for the options that he has.
All right, it's been very fast.
Yeah, really fast.
Sure, he could not have gone down to that triple.
We could have done something better, maybe Gyron, GYRON.
Yeah, Jaron is good actually. Jaron is like a top 5.
I mean, that is too excellent for this category.
I wouldn't say so because I've seen Ogun players playing in 9 letter like time no guy. My first apartment tournament, time no guy. Like I don't even know the word. So how is that open player, open category, time no guy? I'm serious. It was just occurring to me like, where did this guy know this word from? So I won't be surprised to see some excellent things today. Hey, I think Mr. Emike is taking his time to condition the body a little bit and also try and remove the heavy bowel rack.
I mean, this looks like the first time I would be watching a really low division stream. I mean, in my convenience at home, I don't even watch the stream. Like, I don't be like, I mean, apart from, I'm not going to learn anything from the bird, or maybe I just want to get acquainted with the scenery of the tournament. And maybe that way you would see me watching. But now I'm developing the habit to
Yeah,
watch
yeah.
all
Because Scrabble is not like that. You can actually learn from every game. You can any level. You just have to try and see reasons to everybody's play. Okay, Johnny just played BRUNG. I think that should be his highest score on the board, 27.
He had a bit on that, but there was no space for it. So maybe if there was space for it, we know the quality of the strength.
I mean, sometimes I look Scrabble as like the Scrabble human doesn't think like human. You know, in the previous turn, ABK was trying to play this EU.
Yeah.
Like it's sort of withdrew it, then play UE, and the next turn now you have to make that move now.
He obviously has
Now you have to make the move now.
And even though this is like the lowest category in Nigeria, sometimes they display some level of what strength. I think one thing I learned, I, and it's what I advise younger players. It's what I advise younger players is to learn the words with probability order. So that way you don't know what's like, hard habit.
Kamichi,
And then you are missing simpler words. So I advise them to learn in that format, and that way you get to know all the easy words first. That way it's even easier for you to learn the easy words. So from there you could learn the hard words. Right. So but sometimes we find that open players know some difficult words and then they miss the very easy ones. Right.
okay. Johnny just made a move of JOUR, 7 points. It's leading by lots of points, but the board is a bit shape a little bit.
Yeah, this is a typical Nigerian board. Just have one or two places in the mid game to show your skill.
Hassan, do you really think UMA should be Mr. ABK's move at this point of the game? You know,
I think
Because-
I'm considering it behind, he's
Okay.
behind here, and just want to breathe some life into the game. Unless you have S for overhead or S for even you.
I mean, it's not as if there's the word like UMER or UMEA, so I really don't think the move should be his move on the board. UME opens a straight angle with S. You don't really have it, so I think he just wanted to go with the M.
Okay, I believe he changed just now.
Played UME, then he played for opponents changed, I guess. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, Johnny playing what looks like a very good move from his those barren set of dice. I think that's what they call them. Barren set of dice that look like they have a game, but they do not. They had a sign and an E. If they looks good, keeping your S for EAU and UME.
we are having a little middle with the scores. I don't think the difference should be that much.
But the no confirm.
But then this is cheddars, right?
Yeah, cheddars. John just committed his move. AE. Sorry, ABK. It's Johnny's turn now to play. He has cheddars on his rack. And his opponent just did the job, locked it. Sorry, Mr. Eno, at this points of the game, what would you think running through Johnny's mind now? Like I'm leading and I definitely need to keep on scoring because obviously the bingo is not going entering, is a long goal. So what do you think? What do you think you better?
Okay. There's a shape this board gets when you play, let's say, 5 letter over a big APDS, and then you play, yes, that looks like what he's doing.
He's reading your mind, kind of.
No.
He's making
So this way, you're already making it difficult for two bingos to land. You play to UME and you hook an S. Well, that's taking a shape already.
Yeah.
And you just need to stay inside and protect your lead.
Okay, that's a lovely analysis from the former African champ. Now Johnny is really, really battling with heavy boy rack. He just played AA, looking to the RJ Porage for 16 points. Let's see what Johnny is going to play. Oh, this should be a bingo. This should be a bingo if I'm not mistaken. He has NOUNCES.
Analysis? Does analysis fit?
It doesn't, but I think it's trying to
Analysis does fit.
Oh yeah. I think he's trying to be defensive at this level. He's not even looking at playing or looking for a big bonus. He's right.
Good. Sit down Nigerian move. Protect your lead, stay inside, stop all the window spots. And then the next thing is wherever your opponent goes, you go there.
Yeah.
And the game is pretty much wrapped from here. Except if something else happens, something very dramatic, something very masterly, something we didn't see coming. But it doesn't look like it from given the times that ABK has.
There's a funny thing about this game. We are only able to get the grasp of just one blank this board, which means the second blank is still on the bag. So I don't know. Let's see if Mr. ABK will be so lucky to pick it this time around.
ABK had to barrier to 5-3 and E. He played a very good move of Rice. Rice, Daisa. So it's a matter of choice. And then we can keep playing the game. Yes, like you said, you do wherever your opponent goes from here. Play risk. It's a good move. You are constraining the D to bingos that only start with the D or by chance can fit in with the risk. And I feel like this is just a one-time opportunity.
Yeah. If you don't get it now, I'm coming there next. All right, Mr. ABK is playing his VAW from his rack. He's been having very good draws this time around. I just hope he doesn't get tired of his pick.
And Jonik is drawing well. Right? Well enough to score and protect his lead. But then he's also, apart from scoring and protecting his lead, trying to constrain the board just to be sure of your win. There's something Nigerians would say, get your win first, and then you talk about cumulative points later,
Exactly.
just protect the win. Even though not everybody plays like that, but that's like the very popular style in Nigerian Scrabble.
Okay, just like what former African champion said, he said, playing the risk limit the opponent's chance to bingo with the D the next turn. And Johnny is actually doing that now. He's playing LANX.
Yeah.
So
Very, very
yeah,
good.
that's a good move from
So
Mr.
now the
Johnny.
only spot on the board is starting or hooking the VAW and then making a bingo where the S is on the second or third spot.
Yeah. It's quite difficult. Though it's possible, but it's quite difficult.
And even at that, you are giving away the triple.
Yeah,
After your wins. This is brilliant strategic play by Johnny concerning the board up to this point. And I feel like he started doing it from the beginning of the game. He didn't wait till he had a very good lead. He just decided to and it's very common in the open category because those who win the open category most of the time are not very gifted sports. You don't need too many words to win in the open
You don't
category.
need to know how to condition
Just
the
know the
board.
basics, just know the basics, know how to balance the board well. Because there are a lot of gifted players in the opens. I mean, young chaps. When I mean gifted, I mean young chaps that are there. But you really don't need to show your word strength there. You just need to be aware. Just be aware of what's happening on the board and be able to flow with it. Just looking at this board, we've not seen any fantastic word. I mean, any word outside 10,000 ranking in probability, but then they've played very good Scrabble.
That's nice analysis from a former African champion. But do you think Mr. Ebike will be making his FEET to take his score? When you are training, you need to just keep on.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like I don't know what I would do if I were Ebike at this point because this looks like a lost game. You are losing with 65.
Yeah.
There's no bingo spot. You don't have the S swimming hook if you're the bingo spot.
I think I like FROG, FROG, across the.
Okay, yeah, you are creating
just create a chance. If it doesn't go there, I'm lucky,
Yeah, but then your hope can be dashed to home.
Yeah,
if you just place to the G, if you place to the G. I understand that looks like the only place you can score.
That definitely ties out. We have both players have seven ties on the rack, and there are no ties in the back. There are no ties in the back. Yeah, no ties in the back. 7 ties on scene from Johnny's end.
Oh, so it's game over.
This man really knows how to take care of the board. He's opting for THY, trying to just stop that street 7. Must bingo to the VAS.
Yeah, this is very brilliant.
Just that's a good scramble. That's a good strategy.
Yeah, very brilliant play from Mr. Johnny. I mean, if any masters were, I don't think Ebike missed anything in this game.
No, they probably
yes. Starting with maybe that would have given him an edge or a fighting chance, a tempo at least. But then having to play over a date and picking tiles that were not so good afterwards, I don't think he would have done much to avert this. But then Johnny played very well to keep the ball in control. Because who knows if John had kept an open board, maybe there would have been a change of tide or something like that. But then he tried to just pick an early lead and just stamp on it, protect it.
Mr. What do you have to say about changing ties when you have no option, no scoring chance on the board? Like, some people kind of hold on to some ties that I don't really know what's the hope for it. What do you think about like this scenario? Johnny actually changed at certain points in the game. Yeah, he did. He changed. He was having consonants while the opponent was picking balls. So what if he kept on fighting? What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, I think that changing by him was a very good move because there were a lot of ties out, right? So you have to give yourself. You also have to plan for the next move. That's part of what you do in Scrabble. So when I was much younger, Mr. Shegun Broja, he's playing in the Masters, popularly known as Sheget in Nigeria. He told me one day that there are reasons why you play a move. You play a move to score, you play a move to set up, you could play a move to block, and then you could play to plan for the next move, right? So while I said that was to say planning for your next move sometimes involves changing, right? If you are fighting through it, maybe you are fighting through it and keeping a vital, let's say you are keeping an X, there are two spots for the X on the board, and then you just need a vowel, and you find where you can score 17 with 3 or 4 of your consonants. That looks like a good move, at least get the points down.
Yeah.
But then there is no hope on the board for you at all. What's the point of keeping rubbish styles and just suffering? Just change. You are also planning for your next move that way. So only if there are situations where you can just dump off the worst styles and you have something you are keeping for the next move, right? And then if you are down, if you are really down, I think changing is very good because you're also giving yourself more times to play with. So even though you are that same scenario I gave, you have a Z, one X, and there's somewhere you could use it, and you're training by a lot. It's better you change so you have more times to come back to the game with than helping your opponents quickly dispose of the dice and win the game.
All right, you guys have heard it from the champ's mouth. So that's a lesson for me as well to note from now on. When you are down and you have the opportunity to change, you should do that because if you keep on playing the 2, 3 from your rack, you are finishing the ties in the bag. You're not supposed to be doing that because you need to try and get a comeback. So I think Mr. Eduke is trying to take his time to see if he's not missing anything. I doubt if there is any possible bingo on this board. Although he had a bingo on his hand, but Johnny has already taken care of it. So let's see what he wants to commit.
All right, while we wait for Mr. ABK to commit his move, I mean, it has really been a fantastic game for both players. And like I said, it's a matter of survival. And the strategy has, I mean, really played out. It is just evident Johnny was the master plan. Very evident.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's like having assurance right from start. You're like, I'm gonna win this game.
But I think he played super, and that was it.
Yeah, Sophia, and that was maybe over this game later.
Yeah, so we don't see what we're saying about word power. You don't need so much word power to win no points. You just need to be aware. I mean, everybody in the Opus category, I believe you can find Sophia. I know everybody can play at this level, strategy, when to open, when to block. I mean, he didn't even bother looking for analysis or whatever. He just knew I should take care of this, and he blocked 2 bingo lanes.
I'm quite surprised with this game position because I've never heard of him before. I guess national TD, Mr. Curtis John must be hiding him away from the Scrabble scene for a while. So it should be interesting to see most of his games. Strength.
Yes. I enjoyed watching this, right? Reminds me of games I played, and then the opponents are so frustrating because they would never give you a float. And then the 7th lane you have is like V1. So you play now or you never meet it again.
Just mention General Good. Like,
I mean, there are a lot of blockers in Nigeria. There are a lot of blockers. People who are known for blocking.
It just came back to me now what the story I heard from our former national captain, Mr. Cyril Omebie, said he was playing doubles with General Gold, and he was pairing with General Gold against two on Sunday and one other opponent. So at the point, the board was already getting taken care of. General Gold just told him, "See why? Just take this and start recording. I'll be the one taking care of the board. Don't worry." So you see the dynamics of the game. Yeah. He said the gameplay that General Group played from that time to the end of the game was superb. He took care of the board. The opponent wasn't able to drop a single bingo. So I guess we are going to see a good struggle from Johnny in his next game. Okay, Evike just played. I think he's here to commit MOI. At this point, I don't really think he can actually do something to avert the game. He's already done. can't.
This is like 100%. Yeah. I mean, it's just thinking, what could you could have done differently in the game? Maybe you could have played frog from earlier. At least just keep your opponent on their toes, and they are not like relaxed playing you. You know, move like frog. You sort of the opponent adjusts their seat towards you, like okay, something like that. Okay, yeah. Let's see, I try to do.
I hope he goes back and check his racks. That way he has learned very thoughtative. These things are important, right? I used to have I used to go back to recording sheets from 2 years back. I just trashed them maybe 2 years ago. So I had recording sheets from 2016 up to 2020.
Wow.
So yes, especially major tournaments. I'll just go back and look at the words I play. Even without studying dictionary, I knew a lot of words from doing that alone. So I think that's something opens every
Quite sure.
player
I'm
should.
quite sure we won't believe that even without studying the dictionary, because the person here, we all know he studies the dictionary.
A lot. I mean, like 4 hours of the day. I mean, 5 hours of the day. These guys read words every day. Consistently, they do that.
Do not believe that.
Please, can we have some strength if the African champion has a girlfriend? I mean, like, honestly,
That's too much information. And it's not necessary. Oh yeah, doing that.
Hi guys, do you want to know?
I guess Wasi is just trying to say that the time he commits for the game,
Yeah, I understand.
clearly that he's working and he's showing on his game. So
And one thing I found about the words that you have to keep studying them, because first time I finished, I think it was 7 letters. I felt very confident that I've read all the 7 letters, and only going to the next tournament, I'm missing a 7 letter that was like 15,000 probability, and I was surprised. The word look at I'd never seen it in my life. And so I just adopted that method of doing at least 1 hour. Some days are more, days where I'm freer. But then 1 hour every day. I practice on Aerolith. I know some of you might know the website. If you don't, it's AROLITH. There are timed quizzes there where you could practice, just your word finding ability, because you can't just read the list once and just assume you have to practice it a lot of times. See a word at least 5 to 10 times.
all right, I think I have to go back and start studying like our former African champion.
No, come on.
So our player just played on MOI, and we are waiting for Johnny to make his move. What will be going through Johnny's mind now is he's trying to play and finish. Okay, let's wait and see what Johnny has for us.
Okay, so I think from the open standings, Ibike was one game up. So Johnny will just meet him, but Johnny has a gigantic cumulative. He has, at this point, he's going to have over 900 points.
Are we seeing any possibility of Emmanuel Ogio? I think it was 2 games behind the leaders in the park.
Yeah, so
If he wins this game, he should be in third position. Yeah,
just one more game. I mean,
Intermediate is also playing 18
so
games,
I think
but Open is on
I
15
think
games.
they are going to be back in the next round. I'm not sure if it's going to be on stream, but these two same players are going
Definitely
playing
going to
for
play, yeah.
yeah, they are playing for the gold medal
Yeah.
in the open
So it's
category.
down to the wire.
Yeah,
We're
it's
going
down
to
to the
have
wire.
Johnny versus FAK Delta State.
No, I mean, I wish you could get even annotated links so follow the game. I'd love to see how the journey is, because I'm sure it's going to be a different game. It might be the one starting with the bingo this time.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I'd love to see more of how he strategizes. You know, he's a really good player.
All right, let's look at other categories. What we have there, Masters.
Okay, so down to the Masters. The Masters has a very funny lineup, right? The leader of the category was on 11 of 13. So the Masters are playing 18 rounds.
Have
So,
4 games to go.
yeah, they have 4 games after this. You know, there's Ben on 10. Okay, I didn't mention the name of the first player. We have Izino Judge, he's on 11 wins. We have Ben Quickpen on 10 wins. We have John Aedun of 9 wins. We have 8 wins for Reds of Bakwa. We have 8 wins for also Etsua. They're just separated by the cumulative points. Yeah. And then we have Buja Shegun on 8 wins too. And 7 wins now. So it looks very tight. I mean, the gold medal is still open to the first 3 players, I believe, because you have 5 rounds.
Okay, I know you've had this relationship with the current African champion. Wow, do you think it's quite unusual to see similar Hindoko at this position on games like this? What do you think is running through his mind now?
Yeah, I think it's not unusual, especially in the Nigerian scene, but I know it's a shock because a few weeks ago he dominated at the NDDC.
Yeah.
You know, that's the Niger Delta Games. That was a competition for just some states along the coastline, I believe, some oil states in Nigeria. And he dominated there. He did very well. But I mean, coming here and getting bashed, especially after training for a while in Ogun State, I believe they were in camp for almost a month. It might come as a shock to him, but I know it's not something unusual because this is the Nigerian scene. Anything happens here. But I'm impressed with George's performance. You know, he he's the Lucas Nigerian champion. He won the green jacket this year. He won the green jacket this year. So this is like top level performance and keeping it across 2 events. That's really brilliant. Okay, I just got word now that we'll be streaming the final of the first category here. So get ready to watch Johnny and Ikenne battling it out. Yeah. And I'd love to see that game. I'm happy we are streaming it, you know.
I mean, I definitely know going to technical director of Nigeria and supporting John's mind now. Like the player I just brought from nowhere, nobody knows him, and he's dominating the scene. And he's been playing fantastic. Even former African champion is saying that he enjoys watching his game. So we'll have to see what he has for us.
Like you said, you know, you could learn from watching anybody play. And actually, that's very true because I saw his style, interpret just a little bit of how he thinks. And, you know, just like the way we play actually as Nigerians generally, we have players that are very expressive and play fancy Scrabble, but we also have players that love to keep this Scrabble. And Johnny displayed that in that game. So let's see what he has for us in the final game. Looking forward to it.
All right, we have the final game here. Same opponent. We have Ebike playing against Johnny. Sorry, we had to catch up very late. I think Johnny changed his first team. So we're going to see what I think Mr. Ibike changed his first team. We're going to see what Johnny has to play from this track. COXESTW. It doesn't have quite lots of options, but it's okay to start with WOX. That should be one of his best moves on this board. Don't need to think too much about what your opponent is going to play. Just play. All right, Purple agreed with me for Works, 26 points. Remember, guys, this is a decider game. Whoever wins is going to be gold medalist, National Sport Festival, Scrabble, Opens category. Oh, nice. Decided to start with COW, cow. 16 points, keeping his X. I just pray that's not going to affect this game because it's clearly that your move is WX. So you have WAXCEST. So he started with cow instead of WX. All right, it's nice to have you back, Mr. Hassan Wasiu.
Yeah, I guys, I'm around.
So, what do you think Johnny should be worried about in this? Because the opponent just replied with BENN.
Hey, I'm seeing super tax.
Yeah, that's actually a lovely vibe, that's a super play.
Is this the last round?
Yes, the winner.
Okay. So the winner here would be crowned the gold medalist at the National Sports Festival. I mean, there's not like obstacle, and I don't want to see any upward that is in one word to the. I mean,
Yeah. All right, seems like we are going to see Apex from Johnny. That's a lot of scores. That's a lot of points. 8, 9, 12, 49. If I'm not mistaken.
as soon as soon as we have done the lower categories, we quickly go back to streaming the masters category. There have been a lot of firecrackers there, and you can follow them. You can easily follow them via the tournament link. It's on various Scrabble forums. We still have our African champion, and with the current African number 4, they would be doing the anchoring for this grand finale of the lower division last game to decide who takes on the gold medal.
All right. Mr. Ibike just played PEDI. Happens to be his best move. His board. Leaving DEC on his round. It's Johnny's turn to play now. Hey, champ, what would you think of doing at this particular point of the game, having the rack of SIFT SUE? Do you agree to this SIFT and Scout?
Well, looks good. There's no much else. Only if you want to keep your essence to come back to star. And I don't see where else you could score with your F at this point if you want to make that spot. Right, so it looks like a good move actually. Just like a slightly better option might be FUST. Even though it looks like that sets up the even though it looks like that sets up the Y,
Yeah.
but then you are using your you, and then you are not giving so much back. Now it's something you can score. You get it there.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Wally. Remember, guys, this game is going to decide what is
Yeah,
now. The gold medalist.
yeah. This is a very tense game for the players.
You have to play the game like top level. Just play the game the best you can. Comes fine. If it doesn't, you try again. That's what I keep on saying. But don't just make sure you minimize your health. I think that's what players are trying to do.
Views, nice. I mean, what else apart from views?
Well, I don't know if DUE would have been better. DEW, DUE. Okay, so you just keep the board a little bit shit because you have the S with you, so you really don't have anything to worry about.
But he played well, considering the fact that the opponent played one S out. It means your opponent is keeping another S, most likely, or a blank. And then they could score more with using both squares times four. Rather, this one you are setting up. Now, if you play other juice, you're also giving back the triple. To play with the E, there's most likely going to be a straight seven, or else you start to the E, or the E in the second spot. Anyways, what I'm just saying is that this move is fixed good. It's not so bad. Not so bad. Oh, yes, kimonos and monastery. I hope he knows that this is the part I was waiting
Forget
for.
about what power, right?
Yeah, this looks like an obscure word that someone named Kakulo can know, actually. But there's kimonos takes the back of kimonos, and some of these words you just find that anybody can know them. You don't have to be
Actually, I agree with you. He might be able to spot kimonos, but the anagram,
oh no, he missed it.
yeah, looking like he's going to go for his one of his highest scoring moves in this board, Mokos.
Still considering it. What does Johnny have on his run?
Are you looking at that ED? I think you should be having the night that with this play with kimonos and I don't know.
Kimono takes it.
One of takes ED, but obviously not. One of it's according to me like yeah, it is.
Yeah,
That's actually a lovely.
well, that's the matter that today. Let's say we have 2 days to go and let's go back and should be expected to see that. But like Mr. Adan said at the beginning of this stream, we don't expect to see very obscure words. But what thing I can assure you of is their strategy. I feel their strategy is very sound, right? What just separates the masters is a little bit. The masters are a little bit more strategic. I mean, deep. There's a lot of deep thinking involved, and obviously a lot of more words that are fancy or strange. So Mokos, even though you don't see kimonos, I don't quite agree with Mokos at this point because you are giving back a lot. It just happens that in this case, Johnny does not have punishing for making such a move. But I don't think because Deuce takes the
Yeah, yeah. So at this point now, what would you prefer to do if you are Johnny and you have the same ties? The opponent just played aggressive.
I mean, US is not so bad with MU.
Okay.
I'm not even checking. Not sure there's a bingo on the round. I'm not sure there's a bingo on the round. So, there's no The way he plays Stitcher.
Just a section.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an available bingo on the board. So Erasmus is not a bad one.
Yeah, that's actually looks good. You score stuff. I also like you might want to balance and keep stare. But then even if you are keeping stare, there's no seventh lane on this board. And there's no lane for bingos on this board. Only if you are playing a bingo to end to through the UT, you know, or you are playing a bingo to end with NC, Capex, which is very well, or ED that we talked about just now.
I won't be surprised to find out that Mr. Ebiki actually went back to review the game and he noticed that Johnny is the kind of a close player because he's been giving him the kind of style on this game. Started from when he played Benny, played Moko. Although it's a bit aggressive, but it's quite defensive.
Wow, that's a bingo for. But then we are seeing so many beautiful athletes. You can't just play because of the kind of body you're in, which we understand. I feel like players like this they play more KG board in finals than in any other game of the tournament. But now they are being extra careful. Yes, you can literally just see the net and find you.
Yeah.
Across the table. You just need to win the game to get it.
You don't want
I
to
mean,
be playing for that. So, yeah.
And states, most states have promised heavy, awards
Yeah.
for winning medals, and I mean, it has to be worthwhile. Just win this final game, and they are there. So let's see how.
Yeah, it's yet to commit.
But that looks like a very good move. That looks like a
Score
very good
of
move.
34 points. I guess he's going to commit the move because that's a lot of points on this board.
I wonder who's going to open this board.
All right. What would you think, Mr. Wale? What would you think of doing at this particular scenario if you happen to be Mr. Johnny? Because you obviously have a bingo in your hand. There's no available nines, there's no available seven or eight. What do you think you have to be worried about?
There are a lot of things to worry about. First is I can't even see any score that uses my Q well. Like I'm not seeing anything like right now. Just in R80, you are. Yeah. This is just me taking a random look at the board. Let's see what the ending says. Yeah, I saw it wins. So I would not play that.
Yeah,
That's why I didn't mention that.
so I think Cardi is a bit silly.
Oh yeah, Cardi looks good. Cardi looks good.
Keep the board same the weight as it's been. Don't take the board
Yes,
anywhere.
I saw moves around. It's not like I said R80. R8 is slightly better than R80. Yeah, that same spot. Very good. I think the S and U and Q. I mean, those stars are synergistic.
Okay. So player he has committed his move and we are expecting Mr. ABK Delta to commit his move. Oh, that's a lot of points. AH. Coming EDH, PEA for 33 points.
Now the board is getting more blocked because you know that ED was the lifeline to open this board.
Yeah.
I'm sure Johnny must have been looking at that with his SQ before a 9-letter word, then ED. Now that place has been taken care of. Now the XI is almost useless too. Only if you play.
Johnny draws the blind, but the board is gauged. So
Yeah, so this is your chance to open the board. I mean, you have the blank, you have the good pairs. You don't have to make a very just opening on. I mean, playing RO to the UC, RO UC, the sneaky opening is not so risky, right? I mean, even if you play a bingo anyway, the R that I give you, you don't get to the double letter, and then you are keeping a very good lead. Playing to you are keeping the board the way it is.
oh, he drew the two blanks. He drew the second blank. Oh,
So,
guy must be very, very lucky. I wouldn't doubt if his middle name is Lucky because the way it's going.
I mean, playing to you are There's Whiskey, it just must have worked out for him here because he has the two lines and Ibike doesn't have a very good response. But I mean, consider if Ibike has played a bingo to one of these hours right now. That's game over. I mean, it's game over. So that's why I like something like Iron Week and it's great with diversion. Even if you play bingo alone with the hour, then you are playing the boards widely and then playing the bingo to the hour doesn't even get you to the double with that. But I think it worked out for him, so fair enough. Vetri coming down.
That very.
Ah,
Oh yeah.
not
If
seeing Vetri.
he has committed that move, given a chance for SQQ.
Oh, wow, he's on it.
Wow. Oh, and that must be tension and fatigue. You know, that you would have given him.
I think it's more of tension or fatigue because I mean we just went on a lunch break and players have eaten and gotten some rest. So I think it's just the tension of this being the final.
Huh.
Can never know until we are sitting in that spot. I mean, that the final game.
Oh, he's like our Mr. Johnny isn't interested in playing with SQQ.
I'm coming out to the
Yeah. Yes. Just want to keep them as long as we can. All right. SQQ nothing. He has committed the move of 40 points. SQQ VIRLS. He's still holding on to his two blanks. We can just put GUQIN booking 48 points. It's really posting home. And the board is shaped already. Let's see what Johnny has to reply him.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to come out. I mean, you just have to come out. You have the two blank focus by your answer. And I mean,
Just made a move. He dropped his IF. It's called.
so what are you getting at?
I really don't know.
What's your plan to play bingo? You are training.
There's
Not by
something we are
blood.
not saying. Maybe he's taking to the XI. It's possible, you know. We can never play.
Yeah, you should have a plan because the more you stay inside in a board like this, you're also giving your opponents the chance to arrange his own rally. You know, so to say, in our local balance, to arrange his own rally, to set his rack in order. And we are giving him a lot of time to actually take it out of the board. I liked how he said at that point he played well because then you are creating a diversion where there are still spaces to score here. So the board will be a much important board. So someone overdrew. Oh, one of his blanks might get to go now. So this must be the next. I mean, oh wow, he still has the two blanks. Interesting. So definitely maybe we can even get to see one of the blanks when you open the tiles. So, but then you have to have a plan for going, not just having the blanks. I mean, the blanks is one good thing, but then you have to utilize them. Play bingos. And you can't do that on a board like this. So, what's your plan? What's your plan, Johnny?
His drag kind of reminds me of Batavia. You know,
Yes.
I love to see that very one. Sorry, guys.
I don't know. I would see how people get to it. Yes,
Finally coming out, you know.
Jane,
Coming
yes,
out,
yes, you have the end for the Jane, you have the blanks for high, in case you don't put an high. So you're almost there now. The second thing is hope if the kid doesn't block into the move like Bagby.
Bradley does a lot of work to that ball. Yeah,
That's what he did.
right there when you're playing a player from Delta, you really need to understand that this guy is highly defensive. He knows more about the ball.
He has a way to want to strength.
Yeah.
This kind of goals.
Well, I think what would do them better on this ball is save it. Still in the back. At this point,
But then, what do you have to do with this thing? I just hope the person who picks this thing doesn't take his phone. I mean,
all right. Let's see how it
that's
goes.
what happens. Okay, how many A's do you have at large? Can you play something like any? Are the two M's out? Just 2 points for any. I don't think it's nice to get that at this point. I think it's too early to try him moves like that, but then staying inside.
That's a lot of
Okay,
score.
that's good. That's good.
WORNEEAN.
Also, well,
Like 19
nice points. Yeah, 19 is a lot of points on this board.
Anywhere you play, I'm going to play there. That's definitely the kind of Scrabble that we're going to see today.
And it's laid on that day. So now let's see if he drops something on the AD and takes an S. The same. Okay, I give up. I don't think there's any bingo in this game. I don't think we get to see a bingo in this game.
Have you noticed that the players have been playing at a very fast pace? They've not really
They want
to
to find out today.
time.
That's one thing that shows me of their intention in the game. They want this game to be over with very fast. And I think in games like this, when you overthink most times to make errors, some moves are just straightforward. When you try to overthink, then you just come up with a movement. Don't know the person you're supposed to do.
Oh, what a lovely move. Love.
I was about to say, I was about to say now,
Johnny.
not say now, but then lab is good.
Let's see. Oh, and he has lots of scores to pick from there the next turn. Oh,
So that's
wow.
that's a great point.
That's one thing African chap has been saying about him, that the guy, it's as if the guy knows the board and he knows where to play at the right time.
Yeah, he knows the ball.
What a play from him. I'm really interested in that LAB.
And he set up that Jasmine on the right, to let us know he was ready to go down. If VK has not gone there, and we all know VK will go there. Only if you have in hands tied at the back, it's all consonants. Oh, now, yeah, let's see if we get an A or bingo. I might be wrong saying there's no bingo on this board.
Something like, what is
there are so many English words. You don't even need to think of the complicated ones. There are so many simple English words that end with A or nothing.
All right, let's look at this hierarchy. There's only possibility of having a 9 to the AN.
And Ibike keeps playing inside the board, just hoping he will pick the blanks from the back. I mean, he would never know that the blanks are on the opponent's back.
Blanks are with Johnny.
You just need Johnny to magically overdraw.
This pick is terrible. Obviously, Z is still in the bag, and
I mean, what could you see on this board? Maybe Z here.
Yeah,
that's all. I mean, that's all. 3,000 much on this board.
That's enough at this game. This is 2,993.
Actually, 33 points is.
The guy he kept on being aggressive. Oh my God! Look at this play. You can't block this.
Yes. This is very brilliant.
You can't block.
Johnny has proven himself to be a very aware player.
I don't know where this guy is. Kudos.
That's from Nigeria. Sorry. So that's very good. It's just showing that he's a player that is mindful of what's happening.
I'm 11 times on C. Let's just hope.
No, he has a bingo, but the thing is, he's still trying to play the bingo because obviously that spot is all yours. I don't see any way that gets blocked because the S's are out, there's no time.
Let's see if he knows up to that strategy, because that's another point of the game, knowing when
Yes.
to postpone your bingo.
So if I
Because
if
if
I
his
win,
opponent trusts said now, he has a chance. Oh, sorry, ABK, it's a lot game for you.
at the times I'll
Ties, a couple of ties, 9 ties in the bag.
9 or 2 times in the bag.
Yeah, 2 ties in the bag. Yeah.
Starts in the bag. Okay, so I'm definitely postponing my bingo because looking at the times I lacked, the threats to bingos are Y and Z. And the 2 times I'm sure you can play bingo with.
I think I should have more than 2 ties in the bag. Let's see.
Yeah, 2 times in the bag. So the only threats to bring
You have Z and Y.
and if
Can the Z drop on this board?
so
That's one thing about strategy.
yeah, just postpone that bingo.
You don't really have to hurry because
Just postpone that bingo. I mean, why to drop? I believe shout is the word, but then Z. But could they became win if it's no place this game?
who knows what the plan could be? Just, I mean, if everything has to be a little bit tactical, you have to avoid giving the opponent the spots to drop his head. Don't play something like LITE. You have to make sure that you play L.
You showing the
Down.
down on stream, but
Yeah.
I don't think we get that.
You really don't have any reason to play your bingo now. Your opponent is striking.
Those drop one, I mean, we are good. Drop one, if you pick the Z, you still bingo, ionize it. So if you pick the Y,
I see the challenge. Yeah, it's challenging. He's giving the win to his opponents. That's if it's a valid one. Let's see what the word is. Maybe you call it B. What do you think is that? Oh, there are two. That's a plus 10. That you give him the win.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, it should be far out of reach now to even catch Johnny by slow playing.
76 points.
I mean, there's no hope for these years there.
I think Ebike must have seen it.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Seems like we have a winner. Let's see what Purple has. Give us the winner. Ah.
So it's back to listen towards everyone on the screen. The word that should have turned this game around. We saw him missing five thoughts in the announcement game. Right? You can't blame him for that. I mean, he really doesn't need to. Johnny just wants to win, but then Johnny just with the move of Lab. Lab was very brilliant fight. If he had not gone there with Lab,
Let's just
hope by Jasmine.
let's just hope that Johnny doesn't try to ZY. That's obviously a thing. He doesn't need to drop his Y.
And he does. Yeah, that's very good. So now even slow play you can't catch him because it's part of it.
No matter of fact, any move he plays, as long as it's a valid move, shouty, toy, OY, DY, it's a winning move. He can't lose. So he has committed shouty. I'm sorry, Mr. Ebike. Seems like today is not today, but obviously you'll be going home with either silver or a bronze. Let's take a look at the standing again and see why he's still goes on with. You committed why you could five.
I mean, the honest play should have started.
Yeah, if the people avoided 10, it's obviously you know it's a good.
Don't play tired there. Don't make it play tired there. You maybe just drop a seat there. You know,
That's a lovely move from that's a lovely move from African champ, you know.
you have to start the play from the very get-go.
Yeah, I just got an information that the two are already either gold or silver. So two players playing in table two are fighting for just bronze. So this was an interesting game to watch. Yeah, you know. It finished, it's received.
The same. So that's
I guess he's still contemplating of making the move.
well, in the engine, let me check if it's possible
To win with this,
to win with slow playing. I mean, from the point where he played down, if he was down with
seven.
so if he was down with
8 points.
8 points and he are short of 20 points, yeah, I think he could win. Starting with two, take out both spots for himself. Oh, okay, you have to calm down. Okay, you have to calm down to me. That's to play that.
At least 3 times.
Okay, I see why he played time now. I see why he played time. We didn't have those, but I think that's a very obvious style to win.
All right, guys, we have a winner. Johnny from FCT is the gold medalist. National Sport Festival, Opens category.
Very well played, Johnny. Those last two games were quality games. Conversations to people came. He did all he could, but it wasn't
Not
just
just
enough.
him.
Yeah, it wasn't just enough for him to win. Congratulations to FCT winning their best medal in Scrabble. So I think now for the next games, we might go to other categories. Um, maybe the Masters. Get the noise behind us. These are jubilations from his team.
Yeah, you know, when you win something for your state, there's nothing more precious than that. Like,
Yeah.
after winning for your country. So it was an interesting session today, and you know, got to see some power plays from Johnny, and I think he had a long way to go. Seriously, kudos to Mr. Curtis John for doing such a fantastic work, because I know this is one of his
Yeah, Mr. Curtis John, the National Tournament Director of the Nigerian Scrabble Federation, is also the state coach for the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria. So yeah, it starts for the singles event wrapped in the main category. On to the next event. We'll be back to give you updates on our next game as the event goes by.
Thank you, guys.
All right, hi guys, welcome back to the stream. For round 16, okay, for round 16, we would be having Ben Cookman and George Izunori for round 16. And shortly, I should have the presence of Mumin and Inokunwale to join me as the game begins. As we see, the players are all seated already, and tiles are ready, boards are ready. Just need a green light to begin the game. The female category has been decided already. Soya Mayoko from Delta won the category. That is a gold medal. A Ben to go first. A Ben to go first with 3 HIV. So they are playing 18 games and this is around 15. Okay, we see hype come down really quick. And I see the two blanks already returned. Height of 32 boy. He is playing really, really fast. I think that is the more the something. A remailer also. A remailer. Yeah. Okay, for now we don't know what the blank notation are, but this should look like a mirror. We mailed for 82 points. Mailed through the D of I scored 4 more points today. Mailed for Tom Gold. For a moment, I wouldn't want to believe the blank A and D were mailed. What are the options for judge? From Brent's perspectives, he has spinner through the E and D of I. Okay, he has spinner of Fanny Bayern doesn't have much to work with here from this graph. And see he's taking his time, probably making sure he's not missing anything. Well, still trying to play more tiles. Okay, Pinley. Okay. Okay, we saw on stream earlier where he made this kind of move for to play the 5-letter word of Pinaa, which was a pony. I think he maybe sort of went back to check the actual word, and Pinley is the correct word. The machine sort of know how to go with this word. I'm gonna see queer come down really fast. We are for 30 points. There's not much from judge perspectives.
But when you say difference, wow, it's two rounds going already. Interesting. My
Hey, hi everyone. We have the African champion back on the stream, and he would be joining me as system progress.
the hug square obvious. Keeping your lead.
Okay, he played back really quick. Arch, really quick. Arch for 31 points. Okay, and now
I think back has some extensions that we should be looking forward to.
a lot of extension.
Let's see how it
I
goes.
think we will see that used in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is top level, so
Yeah, sub level.
but the only problem with moves like that is most times a lot of things are going on the board and it's fail to recognize sneaky Benjamins like this. It's only when maybe the board is totally blocked or there are no options, then you start looking for extensions. Okay, it has been taken out by eBay. See how it goes from here. I mean, there's not much you can do without using your S. And you don't want to use your S.
Yeah, not for 28 points. Not for any point less than 50. I mean,
Yeah. And when you start considering it, it's maybe it's up to 40 pounds, 38, stuff like that.
but then you sort of look at the lead. I mean, I have some lead. Maybe if I score 28, I would have this. But wait, two teams, who play two teams, but then
Anything is still considerable, booking.
right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a good option. And bear dropping is really good fast.
Play
Wasting no time dropping baronet. I mean, he's in a hurry to get this game over with.
Baronet,
I mean, playing is quick player and he's one of the fastest players in the country. Good pass for this tournament. I think George has a new one on his back. And there's no, he's not playing it. I don't think there's any sponsor in the board. So you just need the ball 5 later.
for 31 points. One of the best players. I mean, there's not too much you can do from that right.
Count so count keeping your G. Just like we said in the other game when playing dinners and keeping your set. When you play your council, you are setting up your J, you pick an A or O for 52. And looks like what I would do without hesitation at this point of the game.
Like I sort of have the J,
Yeah, the other option you have is to play cards and ST, and then keeping C and ND. It's not promising. Like, but then keeping J instead of counting, yeah, this is what he's doing. Okay, he's just playing counting. I like counting because you're also setting up something like JEDI. You pick, let's say you pick EI and you don't pick an A or O. You have JEDI under, and you also have JO. So he just needs balance at this point.
oh yeah, I think he needs to drop one.
Okay, so the J, okay, now he needs to drop just A to go on, not A and O. Because there's white there, there's white.
Why would he choose white over cancel?
No, that's not what we do. Yeah. So now, then up to play. Let's say something very good for this one. Yeah, just dropping the J. Cool. Okay, stop. Let's see what he's doing. Setting yeah, VY. I don't want to drop that. Navy. Holding on to JDS. I mean, holding on to JDS is nice. You still hold, keep the hope of playing JEDI or JEI and country, beside country.
Or do you think he's trying to push for the A, maybe?
Yes, yes. I think yes. If you place maybe it's obviously fishing for the A or fishing for an EI to play on that country. I'll go back to judges to our plans. John is C. No C that C is going to score in lands. Honestly, I mean, these players are top players in the country. This is the highest level
Of Scrabble.
yes, and each state is just bringing their best player. So any player you see here is like the best in the state. So we expect surprises. We expect them to make moves we can't even spot with our engine here. All right. So let's see what goes. Navy looks good, actually. If you run a scene, I think Navy looks good.
I mean, do you think there's any rationale? Maybe play Jar. What are the rationale behind keeping this game?
So playing Jar means you have another sport to score on the board. I like Navy because you still have two hoops, so to say. You count two and your JEI. But then when you drop your J, 25 points, where else are you looking at scoring at? I mean, if your opponent takes the council spot, you are left with no other option. And I don't think there's a one style. Okay, maybe an E that will give you a big. If it drops the J and picks an E, we have something like Soviet to the U of U done, but that's not something you get to see every day. That's not a chance that
You want to take like
yes,
there are like
very
6,000 into you.
yes, and only 5 E's also. 5 E's, there are no blanks, so 5 of 36. I don't think you want to do JA. I mean, but if you do JA and you don't pick the E, you still come back to something like Navy.
Yeah, so why don't you just make the nerve?
Navy, you know,
Yeah, it's like being proactive. Okay, let me just think ahead of this.
yeah, and it's always good to use more cards. It's always good to use more cards, especially in games like this. The two blanks are out, but I know the other tiles are still very good are outside, so should plan to get tiles like that.
I have a feeling we will be down to the last like to decide the game.
Yeah, and it's just what it is. I mean, they're going to give us the choice. Yeah. Yeah, maybe very brilliant.
One of the best moves after so much celebration
Yeah.
from Spurs.
I like the fact that he got to, take a pause and not just play fast as it was. It means he really considered other options. I mean, he considered dropping the G, obviously. He considered maybe, and he considered maybe something else we didn't see. So that's a good thought process. And he's rewarded with the A and also rewarded with an E. So if the by some chance the council sports gets blocked, you see as JADE down there. Yes, we are going to see him get to choose. You want to play more tiles in J or just play JA, JAI? What are the sport differences? Oh, he just is JI. And I quite agree with him. You still keep your D for cancelled. I mean, there's some element of planning for the next move that Quickpen has been doing in this game, and it's so brilliant. Good to see. Now he has a danger. Over to George Schwartz, struggling with Barrows. Those is very good for that. Even though you are keeping 3 virus, 30 points is not easy to come by. So I like the move of closing. I mean, you are still opening the board, need all the options. I mean, OOI can become a big one in the next move. You just want to go the right route. What bingo does? I'm going to see him play.
We have Tozy for 30 points.
Yeah, so
Okay,
then
Tozy for
Tinders.
30 points.
Yeah, Tinders very quickly. Back to quick pen Scrabble.
Yeah, quick pen, quick Scrabble.
Yeah, and still have the viral line. At least they are reducing. What's he doing there?
Playing you is really fast.
Yeah, that's good. Well, I think
Point.
that's the highest move he has. Apart from Pio, yeah. I mean, that's a good one. Still living the board very open. There's an X. There's an X for quick pen.
Yeah, I mean, he has a couple of points in like flats for 39.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to do flat.
Considering we have 2 holes, I was insane.
Mm-hmm. I mean, AX looks fine. Fluids. You don't have to do too much at this point in the game. You don't have to give back so much. Flats, you are creating new lanes, but with AX, you are actually taking out the U, or you are constraining the U. So you have to hook AX. Anything that passes to the U has to hook AX.
I mean, the scores are really close. They are up by 11 points. I mean, by 12 points alone.
Yes, you don't have to give back so much. Yes, AX is fine, just fine. It's just fine.
Wow, 40 points. AX for 40 points.
What's a judge? Just now down by 52 points. Like he needs a plan. Okay, setting up OW on his rack for DAW. That looks good. There is nothing else that's outstanding. Except if he wants to open the board and do something like MOUP through the O of Tozi. I think that would be too forced. Doesn't need that. Oh yeah, the D of height is still available for bingos. That's like the only floats. Apart from the new ones that are introduced to Tinders. There's also a bingo spot, 7th lane, besides Tuesday to the right. So a lot can still happen in this game. I mean, well, there's 3,000 down. There's 3,000 down. So he really needs to consider if he has a chance with his leave after OW. And judging by what I've seen, I think the 3,000 bag and E, a Q, and an R. Those are the 3 times in the bag.
But does he even know?
Yeah, I mean, we have that privilege because we're here and we can see everything, but judging by the times in the bag, if he picks the E and R and leaves the Q in the bag, which we've seen that happen a couple of times, that's very possible. He has a bingo and then leaves the Q in the bag. But I think the spot will be taken away. But, I mean, it then looks like he's tracking, and that's what he should be doing right now. Because you don't want to be surprised at this point. Big Ben wins this game, he goes 2 games up, and then we have 2 games.
Oh, really? 2 games up?
Yes, he's
Wow.
leading by a game now. So if he wins, he goes 2 games up, and we have just 1 more game. So, I mean, he wants to win this. It puts him at a lot of rest if he wins this. To win this, you have to do your due diligence of tracking at this point. I mean, he has a lot of time. He has a lot of time. I want to believe that's what he's doing. 12 minutes is enough, especially for quick men who can play a full game in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So she just needs to check, see what the available threats are, and plan accordingly. And I think that will just require him playing something to the right of Tinders. Just looking at the tiles from his end, I don't think there's a bingo available to the D. I don't think so.
Let's ask the machine for the best selection.
Okay, this is from Judge's perspective.
Yeah,
I think from Judge's perspective, his best simulation is still OW. Or maybe you play the same OW to DO. So that way, DO and OW, that way you're creating another lane for London. So either fit with TEL or with OW, or each just create. That's funny. But the machine is suggesting WET.
Yeah, what do you think?
I think he wants to leave the available floats like R and S open. Maybe there's an 8 to the honest. Obviously, ILMOP is better than ILMP. So leave these floats available. And
Honestly, I think for this reason, there must be like the birds to tau combination that works well with ILMOP league. What do you think?
Okay, now we know to ties in the bag at QER, but Judge doesn't know that. So, and the machine is guessing those are not the 3,000 in the bag. I mean, so the U is still open at the top of the board, and it's a potential bingo float. The TE, we start a bingo from there, and there's now the R and S available. So there are a lot of words that could be played considering all those options. But I don't know if there's a way you can tell the machine that 23 times available at Q and R. So it plans to that. I know, but
hi guys. We've had so much from the African champion, from the former African champion, excuse me, and It's our pleasure to have him on stream and to provide the superhuman insights.
And just
that
just
is,
just
I mean, the superhuman insights that Scrabble requires at the top level. Now, we can see George is taking his time here. Like,
yes,
this move is not your regular move you make on the board. Like,
this is the decider
it decides the future of this game.
because they're just 3,000 in the back.
3,000. I mean, I think, well, like, what's the best? Do we have any machine that can judge 3,000 in the bargain game really well? Like, perfect accurate.
I think Makono comes very close. Head is slightly better than Kwaku, but still is publicly available for now. Everyone is saying something.
Well, I haven't used Makono once. So I don't have idea.
Yeah, so Makono comes close. So, I mean, you could take as much time as you want because the rest of this game after this move can be played in less than 2 minutes.
In less than 1 minute?
Yeah, so just take your time and plan because this decides. Guys, from your draw, you just know if you lost. So,
actually, I've been simulating for about a minute now, and how is on top of the screen.
why start? Okay,
I mean,
we know we only have clear in the back, but the computer has seen a lot of guys and POW now creates a lot of options.
a lot of options, yeah.
Okay, so there's the D to go with, there's the E. I mean, the D is also in the fixed point of the game.
You have the S, the R, the E. Yes. I mean, you have this pop. I mean, I think I get the reason behind it.
Yeah, so the Kwaku is probably saying the bingo with LIUN that's unblockable. Maybe a 3,000 pick in the bag that's unblockable. I wonder what that's meant to say.
Okay, guys. Even as at now, Paul is still our top simulation for George to play now.
What could the scene outside?
Would you play Paul in this situation, or what would you do? What would you be thinking?
I mean, Paul is like, that one consequences. I just get these 3 times from the bag and win. I mean, those 3 times have to be uniquely. I can't see to this point what's the comparison looking for. Because playing power needs to looking for 3 exact styles that
Exactly.
every year after power. But I can't see the styles yet.
And I think it's being influenced by the couple of fluids we have, like cinders.
Yes. I mean, like I said, should use. You don't rush to victory. Like, just take your time and plan.
Hi guys, while we wait for George, while we are with George to make this move, I mean, Paul is still the best simulation here, and like, how could you summarize this game from start? Like, how both players have accepted their move? Well, were they strategy or were they Navi? Because I said Navi.
Well, I think this game has been popular from the beginning. I don't think there's any miss. There's no miss. We all played perfectly. Yes, they did. Yes. There's no miss. They found their moves. Even the sneaky setup of council was found a little better than I was suggesting.
Oh,
So they're still council and he played council to also hold his deep. I mean, played well. The game was quite straightforward. This is the point that needs a lot of consideration. And I mean, we know now that there's QER in the back, but he could make a very brilliant play here, right? And you might not get to win because of the tiles in the bag, but you still have to acknowledge the move. Oh, now OW is leading the stream.
It's leading the simulation. Yeah, both of you through the DE of defenders. It's back on top of the simulation.
So now you are creating two lanes, one beside your OW and one after T. Okay, there's also still the U there.
Yeah, I want to believe George is simulating the options as well. And you see, he just set aside OW on his rack. Like, okay, let me think about this. Do I have any options here and there? OW looks best from Waffle's perspective. At least some 16.5% chance in this game. How do you think about that chance? Is that tiny or not possible?
I mean, the tiny ones that eventually come to play, right? If you could sense, okay, there's also this little nuance of trying to guess what your opponent could have for his last move. I mean, what was his last move? Yes. So you could say Pickton didn't have an R.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if he had an R, he would have played
Would have dropped
yeah.
yeah.
So obviously he might have an S, but then you don't want to play an S there. So okay, I think that's the only time we can guess from his last year of AX. Right? He surely didn't have an R. So you might be hoping to pick an R in the card. Right? You might also still guess. Okay, I don't think that's possible. It's possible to have two and two A's and just pretend to use A8 instead of A8.
Yeah.
So the slow guessing with the vowels. But that's the only thing I can come up with. I mean, there are other very good players in analysis that prepare you how to judge if you have the F or not, if you have the L or not. But from the last play, I think the only thing I could guess is that he didn't have an if not, it's a new brainer just placing your out there to take out that lane instead of leaving a bingo chance still possible to hooking that AX.
Okay, now since we know that the E is in the bag, the R is also in the bag, and Q, the E, R, and Q. If peradventure we get George play OW, then he draws the ER. Then he would have Lumpia. It's straight 7. I mean that would be really, really, really extremely. I mean, is that luck I would call that?
Yeah, but then placing the OW has to be DO and OW. I mean the D of height. That way you are creating two lanes. Because if you play and you leave, yes, obviously it's going to draw two tiles. And magically or luckily he picks the ER and lets the Q in the back. Judge can Ben can see that the two tiles, the only bingo possible on this board after OW is Lumpia.
Lumpia,
And
yeah,
then if he has only one lane available, the lane is going to be taken out because I mean you assume your opponent has the best at the end game. So I mean he just has to do something magical. Something magical in these cases. First, don't be over in a sport that nobody expects, and then pick the E and R and leave the Q in the bag.
And that's magic. I mean
that's the kind of magic we need right now.
It's not easy playing OW. I mean, you have to be thinking at some superhuman level at this point, and you have to have energy. Thoughts like this create headaches, stress.
And I mean, how do you even guess that the E is one of the last three tiles in the bag? Because from your opponent's last move of AX, he could be keeping an E.
It could be whole, it could be
yeah, so you can't really guess that because if you are really guessing, I mean from George's perspective, if he's really guessing his opponent has the best tiles, he doesn't expect the E to be in the bag. So it's a tricky one, right? like Scrabble to say, what will Nigeria do?
Actually, what would Nigeria
What will Nigeria do
That,
in this
that's
situation?
the
I mean,
question. But if Nigeria, we try and play out this OW.
yeah,
I'm not thinking like Nigeria. I'm just hoping.
in this situation,
Honestly, because OW have been on top of simulation.
yes,
It's now at 30.7 ahead of others in evaluation. So I hope Nigeria would do OW and possibly use it, play through the D of I. So you possibly create some moves for yourself. Now he's considering the OW of Tinder. The OW through the D of Tinder. I mean, he has talked of this move for over 10 minutes now.
I mean, take all the time you want, man. So now to the next trick, he's going to be drawing an E and an R.
Let's go for those.
Yes, bro. Okay. Leaves the E in the bag.
Okay, the E is not in the bag.
So let's even see if you know, as well we pick the E. Let's see if Ben recognizes the threat and takes it out.
Ben is
Doesn't
less
see.
concerned.
He doesn't
I
see.
mean, I'm not sure it's so lumpier.
Yeah, he doesn't see it.
He's playing really
I
personal.
mean, the stroke of luck that would have been a losing move.
But is Ben actually hoping, or he drew two, he must have the key with him. Is Ben, I don't think Ben is considering the key with
No, I
him.
mean, you have to consider the threats. You have to consider the threats always as a master. He could just have easily drawn the E and let the Q in the bag. I mean, he drew the R first and then the Q. That could have been E. And then he lose.
So now,
Because I saw him tracking.
George could have easily won this game if he drew the E.
Yeah, because I saw Ben tracking, so I expected him to recognize that threat. But I mean,
from George's expression, see the way he's like put the hand in the mouth, like from his expression, I think he's gonna be disappointed. I was so close to the plan here.
I don't think George recognizes it. George doesn't know what was the last time in the bag until maybe he asks. And I think they are having a conversation. Yes. So I could guess that the first question he would ask is, what's the last time you drew from the bag? And if he hears and he's going to be devastated.
Okay, I think if time permits us, we would hear from George what he was thinking about.
Yeah, I hope we hear from you because
we just want to know what he was thinking as a squad of the youth. I mean, now this is really, really tough and not much you could do from there. Maybe play with maybe play quick for
give back 41. It's so frustrating that you don't have a lot of siblings.
Doesn't have that much to work with here. And that's click
So,
game.
Big Ben goes up by 2 wins. So Big Ben wounds up to 13 wins. After this game, obviously he has won. George still on 11 wins. And the good thing is that Quick Ben's cumulative points is going up to 890 or maybe 900. And George is on 11 wins with 432 right now, so probably lesser than that after now. John has 10 wins and Joe Jaishegun has 10 wins. So let's see who wins the game on table 2 and who comes up to 11 wins, you know. But I believe, okay, there might be a change of Ben. Ben Quick Ben might get to play John Ayedu if John wins.
Yeah.
Yes. If not, the pen will stay the same for table one, and then table two might change. But
Is that AI or what? Is it just AI?
yes, I think
Just
so.
say 2 points for what?
I don't know. Maybe he didn't see the play now. I mean, Pippen didn't really play
I'm not
like
sure
he has
he,
been
I'm not,
playing throughout the game
I
in these
don't,
last two moves. I don't know. Maybe he just
I
he
don't
just
think he
hasn't
tracks
known.
the game properly.
Yeah, I think he needs to act. And that's
This
what
looks
will
like
happen.
a win, if I'm right.
Yeah, I think he needs to act. And it's looking like he might lose the game. From our scores,
I
there, we
mean,
don't know what scores the
John
players
won
have.
the game.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my, what is this? This is magic.
I mean, there are two ways to win the game: draw Olympia or
I mean,
convince.
what happened? I mean, like, what is the AI?
I mean,
Excuse
convince.
me, we need to have Judge on stream. I will try and communicate with the player. And
Okay. So I didn't know they were this close because I couldn't really see the scores from here, but as it turns out, Pickton must have an instruct. That's what happened. I believe he must have instruct because he didn't see that Queen could finish. He didn't see that Queen could finish. Okay, so that's my co-commentator as I'm speaking with George. If you could come to the stream, tell us his reason behind some moves. Like if you knew after OW, what did you think was your chance of winning? And then the PUR move. I mean, that place could have easily been taken out. How did people not see it? That's still surprising to me. I mean, I wish you could have good players in the booth here. Come and tell us that side of the story because this is surprising and very fascinating. Let's see what he has to say. And yeah, so if George, with this win, they are both on 12 wins and they are going to be playing again. Right? I see awaiting results from table two. Table two is John Ayedu, 10 wins, and George Ayedu on 10 wins as well. This is round 16. We have two more rounds at the National Sports Festival, Masters category for male. I mean, it's been a fun ride here. Brilliant players from just players. Just this end game, I mean, we just need to hear from the players. I can't assume what happened. I can't guess what happened. I'm just confused. But what I believe happened was that Big Ben mistracked. If maybe he didn't see that he had QUIM that could finish, or he didn't see the spot where to be played. Either way was an elementary error that would have been avoided. I mean, he had 11 minutes to confirm his tracking. So let's see. So the production team is setting up for an interview. So I'm speaking to Sir George in a minute. So we just got word that Segun Jai he won John Aidru. So Segun Jai is up to 11 wins, John is still on 10 wins. I think we'll be seeing a repeat of that in table 2, right? But for table 1, we are obviously getting a repeat. We almost said still setting up for an interview.
Noise. Noise.
Okay, we are actually hoping we can have George on screen. I mean, I was free.
I think you can hear us.
Still talking.
Can you hear us?
You know, yeah, no. Okay, it's not just I don't know.
Yeah, hello, sir. Can you hear us?
I mean, they do.
I'm not sure why our technical team is actually posting that. We hope we can at least hear from him. And hello, can you hear us now?
The last guy that left in the back. Oh, right.
Yes.
Okay.
The last time the bar was this one. So you drew the arm.
Yes, you are right.
You're hoping the last time you say you have no
Yes, not just Colombia. I was playing against the team, and I felt out my video. Coming from bingo. Maybe I might reduce the league or it was a day or two. Yeah, if I can make some mistakes, some error. I wish I did.
Okay, yes, because yes. And then playing the TVR, what do you think about the TV on Q?
Yes, I already do the I should know that. If I can win this game, it's too good that can give me the game. So I expected him to have done his homework. You understand? So I was surprised, no? My surprise. I was thinking, any move he ought to make might supposed to be to stop my queue. So I was going to be saying for SCQ. I wasn't planning the game, but I was thinking the game. Yeah, I was giving the game. For my surprise, when that's the time, what I did, I checked this thing, this side, the back of the I was looking and nothing there, and I checked my time. So I thought they said, I didn't bother to look at. Wow, you just to ensure that.
Also, I think he was trapped.
He was trapped.
So what was he saying for you? What was he saying for you?
What was he saying?
Like, what did he think you had?
People tell me he was furious, but you know that kind of. It's furious.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious he must have been trapped. Yeah. There's no point to play.
So the last time that was playing in the time bag was E. I was there, E. He would have dropped both far.
Yes.
So he had everything to win. So this is the kind of level you pray for your opponent.
Yes, in games like yes.
I just want to because my competition was that if you have played card in here, the game is automatically lost. Yes. That's okay. Let me just sit up here. And when I checked, there was nothing. There's no better side to amass this course here. So I said, okay, let me just come. It was 23 minutes. And then we had about 15 minutes. That will pay off.
And I mean, it was a brilliant game from both of you. You guys were finding your best moves at every point. It was just that, and I expected him to, with those 8 styles, see Lumpia and Q, and at least take care of this team. Well, he didn't even go there. He played loose, assuming that maybe you're there.
He didn't track the queue. Yes.
Because I saw him tracking while it took about 10 minutes to make that move, both of you.
Exactly.
So I saw that he was tracking. I assumed to make it.
When I did my task, the only thing I saw them is they were not much. And I wasn't the probability of such things at this point in time is not something I can so I'm not seeing for video. They also let me just see if I can do any. It's not even the magic. I can call it the magic. You understand? So.
Anyways, best of luck in the rest of the game. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
We've all heard it from the winner of that game. That it was a stroke of luck. He didn't see it coming. Then Quick Pen had to make a very mistake that he needed. Like, he wasn't expecting that place to be available. He just played. He didn't want to give a lot of scores with playing. He just played the other moves. He had lost left the game on his back. If by chance the opponent distracts, he gets star spots to claim and magically wins the game. And that's exactly what happened. So, congratulations to George. Looking forward to a thrilling final, and maybe a final after the next game. I don't know. We just want the best Scrabble to be played on stream. We're enjoying the players so far. And so let's see what happens in the next game. I mean, this was brilliant play. Just the end game. The end game was crazy. Like I didn't expect a master player to start at that level. I mean, we still had 11 minutes, but then errors happen in tournaments of this magnitude. Errors happen every year. So let's see how it goes next game. We are going to see a repeat of what we just saw now. Just maybe a different player starting, so maybe different starting positions. And then yes.
To make a move, I was already dozing. It was more or less, you do the benefit of doubt. Of course, when I was following it, I was seeing all these moves. I was saying, for you to take your score, you will still win. You will still win. With all this one, even if you want to stop me, you want to block my head. Tó bá tiẹ̀ wá báyìí, tó bá ti fẹ́lẹ̀ 11 last one. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀, ó lè ṣẹlẹ̀. Yeah, I want to win. We'll give you the benefit of doubt. The next game will be our team, and everybody is sending their feedback and all that. So everybody will be watching this game now. And we know that both of you are top players. Of course. So we expect another kind of play. And please, no, I have to emphasize it again, sir. If anything, he can. Both of you, they can still do a review. Judge. Why is Judge? How can I? Me, I know one win good. So me, I was thinking the eye. I'm the one that has the eye. So he has. If he plays sweep now, just finish it. But he wastes time, so me, I'm sleeping. More like he was even sleeping. So I just played there, I just said I will trap him. All my mind. So I don't care. I will just trap him. Because we expected you had edge. We expected you to have it doesn't take less. But I could have added it. So yes, now, I don't take it. Why is George? How can? I know win. No, it doesn't take. I know win good. I want to win good now. But I will just play with but you yourself constrain yourself. Yeah, you don't play 4 times. I wanted to play field self. You can play aloof like this. I wanted to play field self. Just keep OO. So that was good, but I said you cannot finish that is good, I'll trap it. That was my mind. So all now it was playing. I said that trap it. I just sit down. Just want to know you very security and standing. If any nonsense is noticed in this game, both of you will go. Sit down. Both of you will be disqualified. Okay. Just put that. So play your game. Okay. We are giving him the benefit of the doubt. Some things could happen. Maybe a break. Of course. This one play like. No. What do you mean it's not called for?
You don't have to use that language, George. You don't have to. No, you don't have to, because we are trying to. Everybody is watching this game. Hello, sir, please. Everybody is watching this game, and they are giving their feedback. We are streaming this thing live, and it's only primary school players that will do this error. Please, no, we are just calling the truth. Nobody is pointing any finger at you. Nobody is. You are getting it wrong. They are being defensive. No. They are calling everybody to order.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Wait, hold on. This man has played the best thing he could have played. These moves are professional moves. This move is highly unprofessional. So we should face the person who made the unprofessional move.
Yes, you understand? But the move to be unprofessional means some discussions.
You must give benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
So you cannot.
So that's why we are telling both of them.
Yeah, so we should. I think the emphasis is more on him.
No problem.
Who made? I mean, this move is too.
Very suboptimal.
Because you want a win. Whether he plays his skill, at times you will like the man play the skill. All you want is your win.
Yeah.
Now you have lost the
Even if he
game.
plays the queue, does he win? No.
Even if he plays the kill, will he win?
I was just thinking that.
We don't really have time. Mr. George, let me emphasize. Nobody is calling you to settle you or to disturb you. We are just trying to say that this game is being followed by a lot of people, and their reviews. They were just giving their feedback. I'm not trying to stabilize you. No, when you use that word, nobody is trying to settle now.
At least, I don't. Why care about that feedback? I will not here for the first prizes. This is not going for the same goal I'm thinking.
There's no problem.
I think if you saw what I'm holding, it's going to make this move.
There's no problem. It's fine.
I only think it has 5 times because of distracting. You're even distracting me right now, see?
George,
I want to win goal. All right, now I can't do that.
George, hold on. You don't need to speak like that. Because this one is word by the word. Yes,
It's a cold
it's
play.
Sure? Because I'm distracted. I don't mistrack 9 minutes. I mistrack. I will take the skill and I'll see score. That was the thing. I just mistrack. Are we starting? Are we starting now?
Yeah, you're starting.
We're starting now.
You're starting.
We're starting. Okay, not listen. I'm even surprised now. When the players you know, when I did, I may not know what you tracks you. Jesus.
me. You see what I give you, eh? That's why I play that loop. The eye. If I don't play the loop, I won't play. If I don't play loop, I don't win. Oh, loop.
Okay, so we have the same matchup again. I think George is going first this time. So I think we just need to get the go ahead from us. We just need to get the go ahead from us and we're going to start.
Not getting your audio. One on mute time. Right.
Okay, so yes, we've given them our go ahead and players will start in no time. Everybody's looking forward to this game. Because there was um, a huge disappointment from Big Ben's Kingsman when they found out how he lost the game in the last minute. So George goes first. Just wait for him to pick the stars and play.
Seems they just want to cross all the T's and dot the I's. Or is that?
Yes, they have two players are tied on the same number of wins, separated by cumulative, and 2 games of the tournament left. Well, okay, we're back. Um, John starts with really, um, which player replies with one. All arts, clubs, let's see. How much is considered? I think just fine for 48 points. Like consideration to these moves are not straightforward. Just play with what you feel you can work with. From JOB, there's no straightforward destiny in this one. Just has to go with what he feels right discussion and maybe avoid giving back too many points. Jobs is taking his highest score, but then giving back in jail. Straightforward. I don't think I like the option of getting back to jail yet. No. So what he feels is first. People replies with job. Hmm. Now looks like the best one. There was hotbox to dump all the videos. Jab still looks like the next best one. And then you also still have your O and A setup for your eggs. So it's good. Ogun, Daily, Brilliant. That's master with. And his FEE combination still somehow fits FEY. I mean, that's the best you could play out of that round. Just dropping words, yes, that's perfect. Best out of that round. Yes, yes, yes. Masters are back at it again, finding their best in the second and dropping it down without any delays. This is what we're here for. Yeah, I don't think Ben has any standouts play. Just wants to find the best way he can to balance his back. Just keep the good pass for a game goal. Potentially, let's see how he decides to do that. Interesting. Hey, okay. Yeah, he's dropping his speed down very fast. Which I not bad. I mean, there are not many options on this board. Just have to think the other option was yeah. Right? So, is not bad. I'm not giving away too much. And he does the blank. There's only 39 points. We want to come out. Okay, none. Hmm. Interesting. Trying to stay inside. I mean, even if you want to stay inside, why not keep your N or QIM? Okay, keep them balancing around very good. Setting up a hook for his fingers. Um, Zero is available on Zoom. No, I like zero because it takes only an S. Yes, yes. That looks good. Going to get um then he's going to reply him with something. Let's see how quickly that comes down. You want to hook. Then Textia looks fine. Right? Oh, there's even a sneakier option of I test across the zero parallel plays of Azu, TEE, ER, and SE. This is a long. Let's try it. Good for 75 points, but the highest is a test for 83. Just get down to the job. Going for 50 out to 94 points. Sacrifice, but I think it's worth it. And then it's looking. You want to play the eye open and set up for the bingos. Ending with the letter that can hit the eye. And make it to letter with the eye. Or do you want to play Bestia and give away a 4 points to the 2 points? Give away a score to the 2 4 letter play. To allow plays down from the 2 if your opponent has an E. I mean, these are just personal risk assessments. Each player would choose differently based on how they see the game from this point. Any of them you make is fine, in my opinion. You just need to get that game down. If you go that good times. Has a barring rack for drawings. Just taking the one for its 3 points. Alright. Yeah, 133. He takes it back in hook, but it's fine. Nothing wrong with the move. I think we've lost 15 rack. So he's quickly coming down attack and so yeah, that looks like a fake. Now this is getting to be a close board. Board is closing up pretty fast. I think that's the first I see. It doesn't fit anywhere at the moment. But then okay, yeah. So that's what it was. Nice. That's what it was. Hang on. Well, dropping the N or just QIN and advance scores 29 points. Now that looks good. Well, he's setting his C. Okay, now he does that. Yeah. But he wanted to drop his C for C set up his S. Good move. No, he can come back to drop his C there. If he's convinced that Bitcoin does not have the else. Yes, people are doing quickly for events. 16 points. Yeah, he did for that. Committee. Now I think this is the perfect time to just drop that CR. Yeah, let's it aside. Yes, very good. But now you're making it easy for it to be blocked. Once you're dropping a U there. Also, now can just be case above it and hold it and not the end. But still, it looks good. I mean, it still blocked it even without pressing the new there, so it's not a bad move. And then with the rack that needs an end for pendulum, probably missed the replay. Yeah, oh, cards, nice. Nice. And this, he has a bingo that should have fit. Good, then do not make that very brilliant play of card. Card of brilliance. Finding ways to set up his next table. Okay, we just set up and just takes the score. Maxine Smith for 24 points.
24.
When this ball is blocked, so you don't get options to score that much again. They just the old hook to K that to be played at this point. Who knew? Who knows that this one if it leads 25 points. Leg looks good.
21.
There are not so many options on this board for not so many options on this board. So they are most likely playing at where they should be playing. Or yes, takes out the era hook to S or makes it a very slim chance because then the world can still fit if he hooks the EF to EFT. Then game is fast closing up. There are still 2 O's and large, so you can still come back. You can still come back to open the board. It's okay. But it's only what it is. You are hooking the Azon as well to that one. You're playing the bingo to end its own. Let's see what the I mean, it's 25. Not okay, he can still set up the S again with RUN and Meta. Looking the mates from Meta between RUN. That is the idea. You can just have to keep trying to keep the ball open. We have the last S. It's, yeah, we have the last one. That's the last one, but there was a blank in the bag. I think then I set up the for Hughes. That's thoughts looking his G for Gazon, I believe. There's still a blank out there. Yes, he finds his move on this roll later. They're not committing it yet. I don't know, maybe sensing a risk. I mean, that's just what we have to do.
13.
13.
Yes.
I mean, take
6 to 317.
325.
the big guys to go ahead.
How's 36? Start 14, 54, 95, 128, 142, 156, 195,
156 plus 31.
plus 39.
39.
Yes. 39. 0.
To 95.
Okay. Plus 33.
28.
Plus 29.
57.
Plus 10.
67.
Plus 24.
93. No.
91.
91.
Plus
69. 69 plus what?
no, 267.
67
Plus 24. 291. Plus 21. 312. Plus 13. 325.
I have 37.
Yeah, I'll go by yourself.
22.
Okay.
58.
Okay.
98.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
134.
Okay.
146.
Okay.
225.
What?
What have we played? Always finding very brilliant ways to work. I like this move because you're keeping your you're keeping it like very good. Like, still protecting your lead and not listen up the rack. Last blank is still in the bag. What do you do as judge? You're training 22 points and what is like this?
Twenty-three.
I think it's that antics move. I understand the rationale behind it. I mean, you just have to score at some point. You can't keep hoping for a game. And it's pretty obvious at this point that you might not get that big on this board. So just start scoring and then prepare the players using his team. So back to George now. You know, as well looking at a good draft, but then this board, you're turning it 22, and then you have to score on this board. You have to score on this board. I really can't see the timer, but are we going to see another person running out of time or using all the minutes on their clock? Because this game looks like a game that will require a lot from both players. I mean, you have to plan, you have to have a plan on this board. So I'm going to be taken by surprise when your opponent does something sneaky. You have to consider every possible thing your opponents will do or what you do if you're in your opponent's shoes. That's start considering that now if you want to win this game. There are not a lot of scoring spots, but I feel like there could be setups. So you should also anticipate that. Especially if you are playing. It has the house and also saying so if I were him, I assume my opponent has some of the good times already. So I should already start anticipating what they will do to see the game. Yeah, it's time to dig deep and think again.
Answer again.
So he plays Lloyd here, yeah. That looks good, even though he has not committed the move. I really like this move of Lloyd. Glad to see him
Thanks.
scoring. But I think what might be slightly better maybe playing late to keep your hold for a kill comeback. You can't say you might just have a 5 letter that finishes there. Yeah. But then he plays Lloyd, and then he's going to have RDS, Blank, and Ito has Pivot and MIL. I'm sure he'll be shocked to meet the Blank in the bag. We never would have expected it. This is looking like a win for Judge. If we don't see any dramatic errors. Lloyd, that's a non-word. A non-word.
29.
Hold on.
So I mean, just take this word off and you are home. I'm not sure the defense going to come in place. I'm not sure it's going to commit this. This is the dramatic error I'm talking about. And then I can see the timer, so I don't know if he has passed this move and is on road or he has never committed it. I really don't know what's happening. But I think we'll get.
So right now you're at 370, right? Plus 68.
We just get to see if just gets to play, then we know he has accepted
67, man.
a long one. But I don't think the play has been committed.
68 again myself.
Check for 337.
Oh, they are reconciling.
337 plus 10.
I don't do 337 though. I don't do 337 though.
Because we went to
No, I think it was okay. 357 plus 10. 367
367.
plus 24.
No. Want to check again?
Yes, now. Let's just take it from the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
I start.
14. Okay.
22. Cross no time. 22.
Huh? Not tally. Okay. For you.
22.
Take you to.
Huh? I played first move 22 now.
Okay.
Played 14. Will they check now?
I play 14. I can't play 40, 54. Huh?
36.
We play 36. Take you to 58.
I play 40. Drops.
Take you to 98.
Play 15.
I can't still see the timer, but it's looking like this move has been committed. I'm George is checking the sports. I mean, this is the kind of errors that can make a game that George just overnight. What would you call this? I mean, just challenge this word off and play TS, TID, ID, but you can't say he might be reasoning if Floyd comes Floyd.
Okay.
I don't know. Let's see because I think he's checking the dials and consigning. So let's see what the situation comes from at the end of the day.
40, okay. They score 15. Count this one.
15.
15, okay.
I mean, the only 5 letter in that Floyd, I think the new word was IGPL. I don't know how that's pronounced.
Post am
Itpol
before.
or
You been
Itpol.
there first now.
No suppose count now. We are reconciling now.
Let's see if we get another
What
dramatic
time on
ending.
for Sha?
again.
What time going for Sha?
But never
They are
afford to
checking
start to
score
reconcile.
previously.
But you been there first now.
If they pause, if not people they count now, let it show red.
Yeah, all of us will check.
Abeg, we fit agitator. One reconcile at the
So it looks like they are calling
to check
for
the entire red.
an official. I don't know what exactly is happening, but I can see
But
the
you time
national
already
coach
for
there.
four.
No, they don't.
About
Attending to them.
no,
I
impossible.
have no idea what's going on
The
there.
time already for. Like you show but there. When I the tell in the press but you not for.
Let's just say this is another dramatic game.
When
I
I
mean,
press am, e never
the players have played perfectly up to
Sorry,
this
don't go there.
point. I mean, board-wise, they decided to play
The
KG, but
time
none of
already
them
for
wanted to come out. So,
Very important.
I mean, they played that
So we
straight
reconcile
chance to
for the
maintain
final
the
one.
same strategy
Okay.
throughout the game. So now it's time to wrap up the game.
So when
Judge,
that play
Floyd,
40, yeah, take it to
the
98.
awards that, if they are valid, they
Okay,
will
113.
be in play. I mean, if Floyd was awarded at this point of the tournament, this is not going to be your first time seeing that award. I mean, it will be one of the most playable words. You know, average words in
21,
order of
take it to
playability and probability. I mean, this will be one of the
134.
most playable words. So,
Then you play 12.
seeing a word like this change should know it's a non-word.
Take it to 146. Then you play 79.
I'm assuming
to
Ben has committed this one
195.
and is on hold. And George is trying to
195.
calculate if he can win by allowing this non-word.
225, sorry.
the third.
255.
I think he can win.
Don't play
or
16.
not. He can win if he allows it, but he just needs to find
71.
snake
Don't
and
play 15.
legs.
86.
And
Don't
then
play
he
25.
draws between if
310.
he plays DS and
Don't play
IDS.
26.
So to win
311. Don't play
he needs
26.
to find
337.
snares,
The
figure
Don't play
end of
10.
run, and hooking his
347.
S with
Don't play
legs.
23.
Other than that, he's taking a draw in this
370.
game.
Abi?
So the only other
Okay.
option,
I'm gonna go my own now.
just
So you
check
get me
this
for
one.
it.
You know,
Yeah,
if you
no go.
find snares, you should check this one. You find snares.
14, 54, 95, 128, 142, 156, 195, 222, 253, 267, 291, 312, 325.
So we just got
348.
word that the move has not been
368.
committed. But
Yeah.
I think he doesn't have any option from this point. His best move is
So
opening.
which time they can't give me now? But I need to do. I have to.
Now I think it has been committed.
Sam was already on the verge of entering my
I mean, it doesn't look like Ben has been getting
3 seconds.
top Scrabble games.
Finish now. Before it was
He
I mean, you can reach
his game has not been fully optimal at this
Now,
tournament.
what about this?
It's obvious. The other day on
I was
stream, he
checking it.
played about 3 non-words
You put
in
down for
one game. We saw the
Yeah,
other
I
game
think
where
it's
he
Sam
was
for
sacked. So we got what that what he tracked for the last 4 times was QUMR. And so he saw no other move for his opponents than SUQ. And if George plays SUQ, he also finishes with SUQS and SCI. I mean, it's obvious George has not been, Pippen has not been playing a lot, but other than that, he's managed to hold his own down in this tournament. And obviously, drawn very well to be at this point because in this tournament, we have the current African champion in this field. We have Timley Ndoko. We have a 2-time African champion, Rex Obapa. We have a former national gold medalist, African champion, and national champion in person of Moses Peter. And, you know, I mean, other very good masters in this game. So to still be at the top at this level of the tournament means he did some things right, even though his errors were also out in public. I mean, he didn't play all his games on stream,
So I
so
like 5 seconds, they can't put down for me
we
now
didn't
because I
see the
see three
ways he had to
seconds and I
grind
know
out, and the other
I'll
games
be
he
at
had
this.
to be perfect.
And you can see me, I love the
So
now.
let's just cut him some slack.
Five
I
or
mean,
10,
yeah,
5 or 10 seconds.
I've not been in a lot of tournaments in
Uh-huh.
Nigeria recently,
5 or 10 seconds.
so this kind of errors are expected if you don't play as much.
This one with the screen now, that one different. Can't put it in the screen. They can't put a 5 seconds, at least 10 seconds. 10 seconds at least. Finish. Huh? They finish. Let me see. I know I give me this score. Huh? You know I give me this score. I'll be 29. But 29 take me to 399. Don't leave now for the 3 o'clock. I will finish. I don't give you.
So we just got word now that there was an issue with their timer, and so they are not playing with the timer.
No, at
So now,
first.
what George, because I think he has accepted this game, what he needs to do is to find Sned to win the game.
What challenge?
He needs to find Sned to win the game.
Let's check if you go, you win.
Or challenge of form. I don't think he's going to challenge. I don't know. Yes, I think they are checking form.
The distraction too much.
We'll know in a few seconds. The
Distraction too much.
blindness of yes, okay, it has been challenged us.
Distraction too much.
But I don't know if that's a valid. I think we will have to ask the tournament director later. Because when you place a tile on the board, I assume you have accepted the player name.
Okay,
Because
that's
we saw him dropping TID and DS and then taking it off almost immediately to say, I think since I'm going to draw, I don't want to take chances with my scores. Let me just challenge up the world and lose honorably.
17.
Turns out the world is bad and he's playing his DS now. So great game from George. Again, congratulations to Ben. I think we are going to get to the final for the gold medal.
I know we get time to do track safe, but we know we challenge.
In the current National Sports Festival.
Distraction is much. 10. Huh? I win you. You win. That's your 10. How many square? You get 60 now. I thought your plot come out now. Okay. Okay. Calm down. What's the plot? Distraction, man. Big. 10. 15, 17. So now 8, 9, 10, 30. 415 to your 370. That's too much. That's plus 45 now. This game 17 now, right? The distraction, waiting. Distraction, big game.
Okay, we are up and running. It's time to start this game. We will start the building. Eyes. Ilaria, what looks like his best move. I mean, there's fairly you don't give back any hook and you play with the Y. BAW nice. A nice S-Lead for bingo. Lots of setting up. Nice spot. Philaria takes the EL and N, it doesn't take an S. Pakai, very nice. And then very quickly, he's dumping EUMP. Yes, this you have your end hook. Setting up COP.
That's three.
I the fact that Chris sets up his S game. So that looks very good. And then NCH very quickly. And then since you could score with that one, it's a good choice. And yes, he found the hook finally to his
20.
first move. Lads, easily just letting his opponent know that he has an S in reserve. So that aside, I don't think the opponent can do much with that information. Now, Judge has 6 Luna to the eye. He should find that. I wonder why he's wasting so much time to play that. I mean, that's an easy word. He's wasting so much time to play. I'm getting worried. I think he's going to miss 16 now. Yeah, man, he does miss it. He plays core to the eye of the calling. Left, very good. Keeping
25.
NUST. And the sneaky move there, playing absent and hooking your dumps. One left person looks good. My God, my phone. It's not doing well this time. There's no bingo on this turn. I think he missed his chance to get a bingo with Sislina. Right now, it's just he has to fight back. I mean, he has to create zone up from this point. There's a move to the Sea of Monarchs, but I'm not sure that he would want to play that, considering that he's opening a nine timer. So let's see what he does.
Betty. Sixteen. 25. Eighty.
Anybody. I mean, Badus, and he has Kizia, the new word, Skeezy. I mean, oh, he misses it. Because, I mean, if you read the new words and you see this, you should play it in less than a second, considering the way he finds their bingos. But then playing C shows that he obviously has not read up to that point, or he just skipped his,
41 takes 0, 50.
skipped
59.
his sides. Whatever. Now he sets up DE. I know people can take scores parallel to that. DZOEN. Or maybe nothing else. So we keep that spot for later. I mean, he can still come back. Okay,
35.
just DE now. Okay. then he can still come back to. It will be funny if he now finally leaves the blank instead and just Kizia. I mean, I should have just played that in the first, I mean, Kizia was 140 points. I think just the 25. Maybe he plays area, finds that there's no big one that ends with F. Weakest, that's too weak. His options here are Kizia. Sneakier, yeah. And the engine just showed us that Sneakier is 12 points higher than every other team. You should find Sneakier here. I mean, it's quite the obvious move. 98 points. And at this point, you have to consider that players have gone through a long day. There's the element of fatigue this last game. I mean, anything could happen. But at the very least, he has weakest. Thinking hard.
Yes. But one. So 6 to 330, 338. Yes. By 23. The two. Play that can game. Waiting. What's this country? Oh, waiting. Thank God, waiting. Don't play that game. Forgot the talk. It vex me. Oh. Oh, thank God. God. He talk. Waiting. Like us with them do jazz. Like us with them do jazz. I think them do jazz.
So,
Oh, well. That's it. 441 for me. 423 for you. Ah, 80. Then do me jazz. 441, 423. Final score. Eighteen. Then do me jazz. That's it now. Look at the teacher in the person go for me. What's that?